1, 2, 3, 4.
Negocios infernales.
Cuidado que vienen los diablos del cielo.
We make negocios infernales.
Por ahora y luego infierno.
We make a deal.
Hey, we're here, chat. I wonder what that was all about. I'm glad that we got some notes, Cubics. That was really great. Welcome to Negocios Infernales. Hey, we are here. We are ready to go. The crew is ready. Nonstop with the. Is that what jam? What emote is that? That is Cox Jam. Wow, nice. I dig it. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Welcome. And we're going to turn on our camera to show you something amazing. But first of all, just quick note. Thanks for being here. Follow the channel. I already got made fun of for my introduction, so I'm not going to do the whole thing today. No, actually, you should follow the channel. Also, check out YouTube, !ArvTube. If you're watching me on YouTube, welcome. Discord, !ArvCord. Twitter, !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website for this is arvineleron.com. Don't forget to support us on the shop, !ArvShop. Patreon, !ArvTreon. Don't forget to sub to the channel. I'm not going to talk about my publishing stuff because I want to talk all about their publishing stuff today, but just know there's a lot of publishing stuff here. And if you haven't already done so, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, to support the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message, we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. And having said that, I will get rid of this. And then this is going to be a little unusual, but stay with me. Aha! There we are. Oh, and suddenly, we get the resub. Thank you. I can't imagine where that came from. Thank you, Triffid, so much. So we are here, and we are here with Negocios Infernales. And actually, I'm going to turn this over a little bit so I can see. There we go. Now we can see everybody. Well, I mean, listen. What really matters is the cat. I mean, I just want to be clear that that's the cat right there. But yeah, we are here. We are ready to go. Some of them you'll recognize from Hearthglow fame. From yesterday, there we go, from Hearthglow fame. I'm going to be moving over here so you'll be able to see everybody. But also, we have got some Negocios Infernales happening, and that is right there. So we're going to move that over a little bit so people can see it. We don't want to block people's view, though, so we will do that mostly, I guess, when the cards. I'll do it a little small for now, and then we'll increase it when we need the card size. But otherwise, yeah, so we are here with, there we go, Carlos and Claire, and we have Zach, we have Triffid, we have Adam, and we have Claire right over there. And of course, this guy, who we just hired as a musician just for the opening. Yeah. I was dying with the whole like, yada-da-da-da. It's like the best. So they are the designer. Oh, what? Oh, thank you, Nonstop. 92 months of Tier 2 support. Which is closing in on 8 years. That is absurd, Nonstop. Thank you so much for that support. Woo! I love seeing those emotes. Nonstop is the best. Nonstop. And their name is not, yeah, exactly. They do not stop. So thank you, Nonstop. I appreciate it. All right. So, yeah, we are here. We are ready to go. I am excited. And I'm going to move over here. And then I'm going to hand things over to Carlos and Claire to explain this game and to explain maybe how they made it and cool things like that. I'm also going to reduce Twitch chat a little bit because although you are important, chat, very important, we also need, let's see, we also need to make sure that we can see enough of it so that I will drop the ridiculously large Patreon status square. Let's put that over there, maybe down like that. Okay. Good. And now I think we should be able to see everyone reasonably well. And I will turn up the microphone. Chat, you're going to need to help me out and let us know that you can hear us as we're talking. I have 2 microphones set, but if you're like, can't hear anything, then it won't help. So please let me know if we need to increase the volume. Now I'm going to roll over here and grab my water bottle. All right. And all right. The floor is yours, Carlos/Claire.
All right, so first, thank you, singers. That was incredibly cool. Hi, everybody. I'm Carlos. I've been on this channel many times before, playing lots of different games. Played a long campaign of Esper Genesis, and many other like one-shots and doing ArvCon and things like that. So very happy to be back to show you the physical copy of Negocios Infernales.
Hold it up to the light.
Oh yeah. So
Hold
like,
up.
you know, so like.
Also, can you hand me the mouse, Carlos?
Yes, I can.
And Carlos, show them the comic in the.
Okay. So like, we have like an 8-page comic. Oh, so like that's real sexy. You know, shows you like the components of the game and stuff like that. I get a little closer there. But there's like a comic that tells you the backstory of the game, illustrated by Beck Houston, and then this gorgeous rule book full of Claire and Carlos telling you how to play this game that we hope you love, and if you've never seen it before, that you will love it by the end of this session. So happy to play with so many of you, and it's a new game for at least 3 players here, which I think is going to be really exciting. One of the reasons we made this is we wanted to make a game that was really easy to pick up. That is, you know, you're not reading 3 core books and 4 supplements before, you know, you actually can, you know, get into combat or anything like that. We wanted to get to the mayhem right away because everybody knows the best part of role-playing games is the mayhem. So that's what we try to evoke quickly. And we do that not with dice in this game, but with this weird magical deck, La Baraja del Destino. So this is...
We call it Destino for short.
yeah, or the Deck of Destiny. We use Spanish for flavor. It's a game in English, but it's Spanish for flavor.
It sounds better when it's Destino. It's Destino.
Yeah, Destino. So what we're going to do here to start the game is actually sort of like a pre-game where we're going to do a little fortune telling with La Baraja del Destino so that you can kind of see mechanically how it works. So chat and everyone. Here, I'm going to just spread some cards in front of you.
While Carlos is putting the cards out, chat, can you hear our volume? Can you hear us okay? Because that's really important. Please don't be... I'm being polite, but please tell us if you can hear us okay, because it's really important. Please inform us, those who are in Nonstop who's here.
Can you hear from this angle?
And Cubics who's in here.
Can you hear Adam?
Good point.
Hello.
Can you hear Triffid?
Hello.
I exist.
Can you hear I exist? All right, waiting. Chat delay, waiting. Anyone? Everyone is blown up from
The true question is, can we hear chat?
Yeah, I know, exactly. Has everyone left?
Yeah, I don't
Hello? Help?
They're fine.
Are you there, chat? It's me, Margaret.
I know.
It shall be a mystery for now.
I'm going to keep monitoring that because I want to make sure that we can actually be heard.
I could do my phone.
Yeah, we could do a quick check just to make sure.
All right.
Quick check.
I do not usually stream in the middle of a Saturday, in fairness, so
That's all right.
people are like hearing about it later on.
They can catch the recording later.
That's true.
So, yeah, we're just waiting for a second
All
here.
right, sound check from Trish. Oh, I muted my phone. Oh, let's try that again.
Can't hear anything.
Okay, trying again with the sound check.
Yeah.
Sounds like we can hear it.
Yeah.
Claire.
Claire is speaking. Spocking.
Spocking.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Oh yeah, perfect.
There you
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Good.
Lovely.
Chat. This is La Baraja del Destino. I'll put it like right here so you can see it. And try to move it so it gets into focus again. Stop focusing on my face.
Put it next to the camera.
Like that?
Yeah, and then just block it. There you go.
There we go. So, players, look at your cards as well. Speaking a little softer since I'm so close to the mic. A card has 3 components. That border there is its suit. This particular border, chat, is Rayo, the spark of life. But the border is very important in this game. It tells you about successes or failures. But it won't be important for this first game that we're going to play. And then you'll see it has like a weird little saying on it. This one says, the weak command people, the wise command ideas. And then it has the artwork there. What we're going to do is we're going to use these cards to inspire a little bit of fortune telling. So, what we're going to do is we're going to read each other's fortunes. I'm going to collect your cards from you here. And what I'm going to do is give the cards a nice magical shuffle. And I'm going to read your fortune, Greg. Okay. So you're going to come up with something that you want the universe to tell you. Something that is as banal or as life-changing as you want it to be. It could be like, what kind of sandwich do I want to eat today? Or what is the meaning of life? Or anything in between. Okay. Just think of anything that you would like an answer to. And when you are ready, you always draw wherever you want from the Baraja del Destino. You're never required to pick from the top. So you can always.
But you can to be ornery if you want.
Yeah, I mean,
What if I choose to draw from that?
you can. But you can draw from anywhere. Tell us your question. Pick a card, hand it to me.
Draw your destiny.
Let's see. I had like 3 possibilities. Okay, what will be the as yet unknown new tabletop game that I will DM sometime in 2025?
Interesting.
Yeah, Carlos, tell him.
Yeah.
Murder. Murder for order.
Murder for
Outstanding.
order.
We're just role playing. We're role playing. We're role
I was
playing.
gonna say. So this is the card he drew, chat. Murder for order. It has the border there. That's aire, the breath of life.
Okay.
You know, so it has to do with life's vicissitudes, the ways the winds
Sounds about
change,
right.
but also your soul and poetry and things like that. Murder for order. Take your pick. Like any role playing game is murder. You know. Well, I guess what I'd say is like you're gonna
Combat
play a game
oriented.
that is not murder hobos. So instead,
It's ordered murder.
yeah, it's basically much more organized kind of murder. Actually, kind of what we're
You
playing
know,
today.
Gray
That
Shade
actually
is like this.
Is that what
Gray
you're saying?
Shade.
Gray
So you're
Shade.
playing
Sounds
Gray
like a
Shade.
certain
Yeah.
game that's coming out this summer.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Oh.
is a Gray Shade
Murder
card.
for order.
Do we mean Gray Shade, the game coming out this summer, August, Gen Con from Alligator Alley Entertainment?
Yes, they mean Gray Shade.
I mean, the deck knew even better than I. And this is the thing you will learn. The deck knows.
I
Mhm.
The
have a
deck
card
knows
that
better.
says that.
Yes, and we'll read that.
Yeah. So we'll
Awesome.
put that
Okay.
aside for now, and we'll leave these open here. Now, Zach, my friend, please
Okay.
ask a question of the universe that Greg will interpret to you once you hand him a card.
Oh, okay.
Okay. My question to the universe is, what is my character? Can I ask a question about my character that I'm about to play?
100%.
What is my character fearful of?
Ooh,
It's going to be this one right there.
this is great.
What is my character fearful of? So this is shields only delay the inevitable.
Ah.
Is that another ire?
No, bone.
Oh, bone.
Hueso.
And you, sorry, your question was what? Is it,
What is my character fearful of?
Linens.
your
Little black dogs.
your character is fearful for destruction from the outside and have shielded themselves in ever smaller wards and dungeons that will not protect him.
Ooh, love it. Let me show the chat the card here.
Also, hi, imaginary exponent. Yes, poetic murder. Exactly.
Perfect.
Precisely.
Great. So, Triffid, please ask a question, pick a card, let Zach tell you what it means.
What kind of work should I be seeking?
Ooh.
Pick your destiny.
It's a good one. Choose your destiny. I'm glad the murder for order card is gone.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
contract work. That's
Yeah,
honest,
you're
you know.
gonna be
I mean-
the new executioner.
And remember, you don't have to interpret the words. You can interpret
Yeah.
a corner of the drawing. You
Exactly.
Okay, so this card says, in your house, make mice fear you. What kind of work you should be seeking? I think perhaps maybe in life there is a kind of work that you have been afraid of tackling, or that other people do in great frequency, but you have found hard to find your way into. And so instead, maybe just a flip of mindset is all that it takes for you to start doing that work. Making the mice fear you, I suppose. It could also be a thing where maybe the thing that you've been afraid to do is actually just a really tall, really tiny, harmless thing
Yeah.
that isn't as scary as you actually thought. So specifically, what work will you be doing? Pest control. But
I was ready to say, I'm like, you're going to be
Oh.
a catter.
Chef kiss. You're all unnaturals. I'm gonna move the deck of destiny here. Move it closer to us.
Basically, any sort of manager, they all do the same. Also, that is a very good-looking set of cards. I'm glad you mentioned that, Imaginary. This game, which will be available certainly by Gen Con, like you said, noting.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to get this game. And let me tell you, by the way, anyone who plays games will know the importance of this. It's got weight. Like, you pick it up, and it's like, you feel the, like...
time to Negocios.
Yeah.
Great. Well, yeah, we'll put this here for now,
Okay.
just because we're going to put them aside. Because as we play, we want to reveal more and more new cards. Adam.
All right. What is my fate in the world of theater in the next year?
Oh, nice.
Oh, no pressure.
Pick your destiny.
Multiple players.
God.
To bad murder for order was taken.
Will you die at once or by degrees?
Let him see it.
Right?
Look, a scaffolding is like a stage.
How many plays were you running at Sacred Heart this year?
We'll do a lot next year.
Yeah.
All right. But so, what does this mean to you, Triffid? How do you interpret it?
Yes.
A lot of Jacobian theater.
Yeah, a lot of tragedies, I think.
I believe dying by degrees would be taking only small risks, only gradual incremental projects, and you risk dying at once if you take a big leap and at making large choices, but at the same time, it says will you or will you. It doesn't say you will. So your choice is, are you going to go big or go small?
All right.
Y'all are naturals.
And it sounds like you're gonna die either way.
Yeah, that's like,
Well,
either
that's
way.
life.
If you're going to die either way.
Go big.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so now Claire, your question.
I've got a book launch coming up in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, on the 22nd, 24th week, that week. How's it going to go that whole week? There's a lot of travel, there's a lot of parties and events and appearances. How's the week going to go? I'm not allowed to look at it.
The weak command people. The wise command ideas.
We're going to be naked.
Yeah, if you can show
Is
the
that
art.
like weak or wise?
You already showed this with the first one you showed
Oh,
the
so
chat.
yeah, that's right. You picked that one. You're right.
And around the border, I can see a ship on tumultuous seas and thunder striking over. But there's also an inkwell, I think, and a candle glowing. I think it'll
And a
be
stack of books.
a tumultuous trip, but in the world of writing, all is successful.
Here,
Right?
here.
What is a novel but command of an idea?
There you go.
That's all
And
right.
making the weak buy it?
I never claimed to be strong-willed myself. I read a lot of books.
And to finish us out, I'm going to ask a question that Claire, you will answer.
Yes, sir.
How is our game of Negocios Infernales today going to go?
Genius prefers effort over genius.
You tell me.
I don't know. The artist would possess you.
Ooh.
The artist would possess you. Sangre card. It's going to rip your heart out. It'll be so good. And you're going to love it. And you're going to be like weeping blood. It'll be that good. You'll be obsessed with this game. You'll want to buy it. All of you.
That's what's happening, chat. So, just so you can see it here. If I hide.
Yeah,
There.
cover your face.
Yeah. There you are.
All right.
Chat departs here and they have to weep blood. I don't want to weep blood.
All right,
You'll
so
love it. You'll
we're
love
gonna
it,
gather
chat.
these into our little discard area here.
We have a discard area, Carlos.
Yeah, so right here, chat, where I'm waving my little fingers, this is our playmat. This is one of the things that came out as a stretch goal for Negocios Infernales when we were crowdfunding for it. So those of you who pledged at a certain level have this coming to you in the near future as well. So right now we're going to go through the game. And so like I said, we try to make this as easy as possible for people to learn right off the bat. So we broke the roleplay experience up into different steps. And the first thing that we're going to do is trust and affirmation to make sure everyone's playing a game that everyone will have fun with. Players, I've already dealt out cards to you. We're going to look at the cards that say trust first, and we're going to start with the player who has the number 1 on trust. You're just going to read these aloud, and those of you who've played For the Queen, you're very familiar with this mechanic. We're just going to go around and you're going to read trust 1 to trust 6 in order.
In order.
And Greg, we'll start with you.
So trust 1 is we will take care of each other.
Trust 2 says we will protect each other's hearts.
Trust 3. The game stops the moment anyone stops having fun.
Trust 4. We will change the game to make it fun for everyone.
Trust 5. Nothing is written in stone. We can change anything.
Trust 6. No game is worth hurting others.
No game is worth hurting others. So we're going to just take a moment here, and I'm just going to pass out little scraps of paper here.
Those aren't scraps.
Oh, do we not have scraps?
Oh, we easily have scraps.
Okay.
You usually have 3x5 cards for this. Sorry.
We're going to do a quick lines and veils exercise. Again, those of you who are on this probably are very familiar with it, but we're going to ask people to put down the things that you just don't want in the game because they'll just make the game less fun for you. Often these involve like things that you're just like, you have a phobia about, or just an aversion to, or a moral objection to. But then we're also going to put veils. So if you're like, okay, for plot purposes, this can be in the game. We just don't have to have it on stage. We don't have to go into the gruesome details. We can just pull the curtain and have this sort of like be something that we know has happened, but we don't have to get into the gory details about it as well. So your lines are the things that no one shall cross this line. And your veils are like, we're going to pull the curtain over this. It can happen in terms of offstage, but we're not going to have it as part of the actual vocalized role play.
It's my usual.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
my pen.
Oh yeah.
Hard line, no Carlos.
Damn.
Hey.
No, I'm just kidding.
Do you have more
Here's a
writing
pencil
utensils?
for you in general.
Oh, we definitely need a writing utensil. So let me just grab.
Remind me lines
Yes,
and-
I
So
can get us
lines is like-
more.
Like say you have a phobia of spiders, and even talking about them gives you
There we go.
the
Oh, you have one
willies, and it
Yeah.
will ruin
Yeah.
your game experience. So like a
Everyone's got
line
one?
is there will not be any spiders in this game.
I see.
A veil is you don't really like spiders. There can be a spider, but like you can say something like, and a spider came and stole a baby at night, but you don't describe the spider. You don't linger with the spider. A spider's not your main character, you know, kind of thing. Some people do, have lines with certain kinds of violence, animal abuse, that kind of thing. That can be a line or a veil.
I think Lines and Veils is my single favorite, and I think the most effective safety tool. So
Yeah.
I use them now all the time on tabletop games when we start.
I have very few
Yeah.
myself, so I have to be careful of other
you.
people's.
A lot of it's built in, I think, with trust for the GM, and that's really important, which is something Zach and I have talked about quite a bit in GM stuff. But, yeah.
Imaginary expert. I just saw Monopoly is crying in the corner somewhere. Let Monopoly weep. The
Carlos,
more
darling.
Monopoly weeps, the better our game is. So I'm just giving these a mix because I don't really care who wrote it. It's just this is what's going to happen in the game, and we're all going to abide by this as our best. I will say, hilariously, more than once when we've played Negocios and Infernales, somebody would put like a hard line. It'd be like, no harming babies. And then by the third act, they're just like, so this baby's getting punched in the face. And we're like, no, that was your line. Yeah, so like, that's happened a few
They were
times.
just testing to see if
Right,
it was going to be, Let's say that I wanted to, knock out a puppy.
Right. Okay, so here we are. So the veil, I think it says the story must be told. And if I got that wrong, somebody can correct me. I'll just put this out here. But I think that's basically someone who doesn't really have lines or veils in advance, which is fine. So yeah, sexual stuff PG. PG sex.
Okay. He touched her hands and trembled and blushed.
They fell into a well together.
I'm not way too extreme.
They fell into a well together. Yes, that's like an Amish romance novel.
Yeah, so hard line, no sexual violence.
Okay.
Check. I think this is a line. It's kind of written across both as if it's line, veil, a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
If I hear gagging noises, I gag. Just FYI. So
That's not to say this is mine. It's not to say you can't make gagging noises, but you all run the risk of me vomiting on you. So like I'm just telling you because some people like to make really juicy noises to describe something, and I have a gag reflex. So
right. So again, no sexual assault. And then veils, harm to children, harm to animals, torture. That all gets veiled off. And,
Okay.
can be referenced, but not
good.
not
enacted.
described. Yeah.
Okay.
Reasonable.
Also, just remember, anytime that something unfun is happening where you're just like, I'm uncomfortable with where this is going, you can just say X. Just say the word X. You could actually make the X sound, but you could also just say X, and we'll immediately walk it back at that point to a point where the X doesn't apply and just retcon it.
Find
okay?
a new path.
Yeah, find a new path, right? And I know everybody here is wonderful, so like we're just gonna be, so happy to walk it back for everybody.
Can I PG? Can I run it? So hard line is PG sex.
No, that's well. It
Okay,
says
so
let's
like
keep the sex
some
PG.
rules. So
yeah.
PG sex, no sexual violence,
No
veil
sexual-
over violence to children, animals,
and torture in general.
and torture in general.
Right, so
and
probably
gagging
not-
noises, it's up to your discretion.
Right. It's
Sounds
like
great.
it's just sort of like that's a FYI. It's like if you want to hear Claire gag.
Eyes
you know
wide
how to do
open.
it
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's great. You know.
Okay, so now those are the trust cards. We're going to look at the affirmation cards. So please find your affirmation cards.
Okay.
I think the next person to go is Zach.
Yeah.
So Zach, if you'll read the first affirmation.
Affirmation 1 says, "We will create a playground for the imagination."
Yeah. Number 2, we will take all the time we need. There is no rush.
Number 3, we will listen to other players and build on their ideas.
Number 4, we will give ourselves permission to be wild.
Woohoo!
Number 5, whatever we write is right, and that's right.
Great. Affirmation 6, trust the deck. The deck knows.
People, you've already seen how the deck knows.
was
You've
gonna
already
say.
seen how this works.
I'll
So
collect
Deck
the
would
cards.
say though. I feel like the deck is telling us. You know.
I think the deck is telling us a lot. So this
Yeah.
is just to say, like, you know, we put up the lines and veils because we want everybody to have a good experience on that side. But we also want to give you the permission to do whatever you need to have a great game. So, like, please don't feel rushed. If you are the last person who's writing, you are welcome to be the last person writing. Somebody has to be last. So don't feel rushed. We love when people take their time. What matters is that you are having a fun, creative time thinking, considering options, that sort of thing. In the meantime, you can also say, I'm not sure what to do with this card. Anyone want to help? And ask, you know, for volunteers if you want to. So we don't want to rush anybody. We want to let people have all the creative time that they want. But also just feel free to open up the table anytime you want as well. Great.
Triffid begins the next round, right?
That's right. So that is our trust and affirmation beginning. What we're going to do now is move on to our invocation. This is going to set the scene for the world and our place in it. And I will continue dealing here. Almost dealt myself.
You did so right in reading the numbers aloud because that helps everybody orient where they are.
That's right. So Triffid, you're going to begin with the first invocation card when you are ready.
In the country of Espada, you serve the queen, Reina Resoluta. You are her secret wizards.
There were no wizards a year ago in Espada. Magic arrived with the aliens.
Of course, you didn't understand that they were aliens. You still don't.
Your blunderbusses are unreliable. Your telescopes short-ranged. Your engines clockwork. And your chemistry alchemy.
You cannot imagine a universe you are not the center of.
6. Usually, the aliens do not make contact with civilizations as primitive as yours.
But they knew you were headed for ruin.
Reina Resoluta was about to sign religious persecution into law.
Rather than let your world be destroyed by bigotry and fanaticism, the aliens made contact early with you to save you from yourselves.
Wow. Are you devils? Asked a stunned Reina Resoluta when the aliens, one unremarkable afternoon, teleported into her throne room.
Think of us rather as your benefactors, said the aliens.
La Reina gave them a knowing wink. Will you, O benefactors, bestow uncanny powers on all Espadans who sign away their immortal souls unto you?
The aliens shrugged. Close enough.
And so a deal was struck.
You are an Espadan who bargained with a devil, quote-unquote, for strange magical powers.
Thus, you became one of Reina Resoluta's secret wizards, and this is your story.
So this is your story. It is a story where, you know, in a situation very much like the Spanish Inquisition, Deus Ex Machina arrives with aliens. But unfortunately, the indigenous population does not understand that they are aliens. As you can see, they have dealy boppers, and those dealy boppers are mistaken for horns, and it leads to an epic miscommunication. So, what we're going to do now is begin our character creation process. For some people, this is their favorite part of the game. Claire is kindly handing out character sheets right now to all of the players here. What we're going to do is we're going to use these character sheets and the deck of destiny to create your characters. So, let me grab the deck, which is right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to deal 1 card per player plus 1 card for the table in the center of where we are. Who was the last person who read? Was it Triffid?
This is your story.
So, Adam, you're going to be the first person to pick. We just continue clockwise. We just continue that clockwise order.
Okay.
And so I'm going to lay down 6 cards. You're going to choose one of them for your character's motivation. As a very trained actor, you know exactly what I mean by your character's motivation. But, what is it that gets this person going in the morning and puts them to bed at night, what they're thinking about? What is it that this person is most afraid of or most eager to enact? What is this motivation that is the motivation of all their other motivations, the battery for their motivations? So when you think about which card you're going to draw, you're going to do this. When you're filling out the sheet, you can do bullet points. You could do 3 evocative words. You could write a frickin' sonnet. However you want to respond is correct. Sometimes it's actually helpful to have a shorter evocative response, especially if you're unsure, and just let that serve as the basis. But sometimes, like Claire...
I write novels.
Claire loves to write a lot, and that's how she works. So no wrong way to do this. So I'm going to show the chat first, each of the 6 cards, and then I will lay them down here.
Before you start, I do have to mention that Imaginary Exponent says, I have to admit I did not expect the Spanish Inquisition today. And I imagine that none of us have expected the Spanish Inquisition.
I did.
Nobody.
I
No,
did.
Carlos does.
Carlos expects the
Expects the
Spanish
Spanish
Inquisition, having designed the game.
Oh, can I just say?
Yeah, you were going to do that, right?
Yeah,
so-
as he's showing the cards to the chat, what we have on the mat here are what we call the Make Your Wizard cards. They're just 7 cards that explain each suit. So if you choose like a Hueso card and you'd like to know a little bit more of the metaphor behind that suit just to help inspire, you can just grab the one that matches, read it, and then think about what that might mean to your character. You by no means have to. You can just use the card you draw. It's just for extra. It's flavor.
Exactly. We try to add a lot of components to add to the creativity just to make it a little bit easier. So each card has a suit. Like, I just showed you the Sangre suit, what the description was there. And if you drew this card, if you wanted to, you could use that to help you. So I'm going to draw 6. Actually, I tell you what, let's all draw 1 card.
And we put it right in the middle. It's not the card we necessarily are using.
Yeah,
We're just drawing
all
a card.
going to draw 1 card.
What's up, Tom Tom? The stream title is too Spanish for you. Well, listen. No, good to see you, Tom. How are you?
Do you want the English translation?
The English translation is Negocios Infernales.
We just take
just
one
grab
and
one
we'll
and
put it
flip
in
it
the
over.
middle. It's not your card. It's just a card we need.
Right.
So like this, basically. Just put it in the middle. Yeah.
And Greg, we need one from you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So I'm going to just move these away from the draw pile here. Just put them kind of like right here. And then one from me. So
It's always the number of players plus an extra. So
Right.
that
Good.
there's
So yeah. So chat, I'll show you these maybe, or maybe I'll let you do this afterwards. Just we'll do it later. But what you can do now, starting with Adam,
Just going to zoom in for a minute.
any of those cards. Oh yeah, that's great. Any of those cards are available to you. We're going to have some limits put on us in the second round, but right now, the world is yours. Pick a card, Adam.
this is for your motivation to help inspire motivation.
And whichever card Adam picks is then unavailable to the other players.
That's correct. It becomes part of his character sheet, and in fact, you're going to just lay it right here next to your character sheet.
Okay.
Do, do,
Still
do.
kind of low. Thank you, Tom Tom. This is what I was wanting to hear. Okay, let me go fix that up.
Yep.
As we're making these characters, because my tarot-like fortune was actually about my character, could I actually grab that from the discard?
That might
Just to
help a little, Tom
consider.
Tom. Let me know.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Take
sorry.
it. You can do whatever you want in this
Okay.
game. So like this is a game that just basically has no GM. I'm
It's a
just the
great
master of
homebrew.
ceremonies.
That is Ryo, so
So-
you'll want Hueso.
Is that better, Tom?
So I'll just kind of keep this by me for a little bit.
Yeah, just to reference it. Great.
Mhm.
It's
So
definitely
Claire, you're
better.
next.
Okay.
What do I like? What do I like? I want this one.
Great. So
It's
Greg,
just
you're
sexy.
next.
The dragons are murdered for their gold. Give the tiger sacrifice with the tide return. You are mostly holes. Oof. And yet, however, stumbling in progress. Definitely not that.
this is what my character fears.
22.
Is dying. I just like dying, basically.
I'm being too Pollyanna, but
Yeah, start wherever you start, but there'll be progress.
And at any point, if you want to change or alter your character, you can just say that and make a change, you know?
Yeah.
all right. So at this point, we are writing down our name and then our motivation based.
Not
No,
your
not,
name.
not your name.
Not your
Name
name
comes
yet.
last.
Name comes last. Okay.
So I go next.
Wait.
Yep.
Have you chosen?
No.
This was from the tarot reading earlier.
Right. This is
Okay,
just a
you're
reference.
Just keeping that
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
reference.
I'm just
Got it.
using it for ideas. Yeah, I like this one.
Cool.
Wonderful.
So, chat, I'm trying to choose between even dragons are murdered for their gold, or you are mostly holes.
Mostly holes.
Neither of
Dragons.
them are particularly cheery.
I don't know that you're going to find many cheery things in the deck.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. However, stumblingly you progress. That's pretty
Yeah, that's not bad.
optimistic. Mostly holes.
Remember that you don't have to use the saying or even the main image. Look at the bottom left corner of You Are Mostly Holes. That's a very smiley, sunny face. You could use that or the orrery, the armillary sphere.
Oh, I do like the orrery.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll figure out something for You Are Mostly Holes.
Motivation, by the way, is assuming after we've already encountered the aliens and have become the secret wizards, right?
That's
so
correct.
We already know that's
yeah,
there.
but this can be a longer trajectory too. It could be the motivation
Sure.
you had that made you make a certain choice.
Sure, yeah.
You know, so like you can include history in it. You can include how your character changed when the aliens arrive. It's really up to you.
Okay.
But it's up to and including right now.
Yep.
Like what your motivation
Gotcha.
is.
I love this one for you.
I like this a lot.
It's very poetic.
Oh yeah, were you thinking about doing music, Greg?
Oh,
Oh,
we love this.
Uh,
The flag of Espada is two swords.
yes, let me
and
get,
like any
let
time
me
you
get out of the way.
see, because it's
By the way, I'm in my pajamas,
Anytime.
chat, because I'm on spring break.
Anytime, like I don't know, when we think about it, we're writing fiction or poetry. Like that's like one of the iconography in our mind is the two blades of Espada. But it doesn't have to be in everybody's homebrew, you know. But it's something that we keep in mind.
No, I think I want to make a character unlike the one I just played.
Excellent. That's good.
Make him very weathered.
Love it.
No more prim and proper.
Right.
Can
Bye.
That was
can
so
you
great.
either of you tell me a little bit more about Lagrimas?
Yeah, so it has to do with the sort of like vicissitudes of life, but also just like the sadness that is a part of every life, the melancholy, but also the potential that's out there that's more complicated than what we know. So think of the sea and the ocean and the power thereof.
And the unknown things beneath the surface. You know how we sometimes know more about the moon than the deepest parts of the sea, so that could be something. Or how we all evolved from sea creatures could be a way to go. Something that reminds me.
Dark fathoms, you know, beneath, and
Here's a story.
like
really,
for instance, the one that you have there.
Yeah.
Give the tide your sacrifice. What does the tide return? That's really sort of descriptive of the Lagrimas motif.
Great. My only thought is maybe lyrical music will conflict with us speaking.
yeah.
You know.
Well, I was thinking we were doing
that
this while
is-
we were not speaking.
But
yeah.
when
The
we're
whole-
thinking, it's hard to think with words.
Oh, all right.
At
Also
least
that.
for
Then I
me.
shall.
Yeah.
Then I shall change.
Yeah.
I was doing it as an honor to Zach.
Yeah, I know. I would appreciate that.
But that, that's a good call. I will.
Maybe some Segovia style guitar music.
Yeah. Or any of the
No, I got
roll
stuff.
20 based.
I have plenty of stuff that I have licensed for use on my channel. So we will do.
I'd like some Segovian Leviathan style music,
If you
please.
could just do that, that'd be great.
That's Leviathan's playing the guitar. What?
It's a magic card.
Oh.
Very famous magic card.
We're rich at us because I'm not at work.
We
Quite
should
right,
buy it.
Shadow. All right, there we go. I think that's better.
Yep.
Chat, you know about Segovian Leviathans, right? One of the things I love about Magic is it's taught me so many words. Like, I've never heard the word Segovian before I saw that card.
What does it mean?
It's a region.
Of the Earth?
Yes, of the Earth.
What region?
Oh, Spain.
Yeah, it's a part of Spain.
Spain,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Although I was actually thinking of Andre Segovia, the guitarist.
That's what I thought. Yeah, you meant.
Got
And
it.
I love, like, sign me up for all the classical guitar all the time. But in this case, this will also help us from getting getting muted or any copyright strikes, which we don't want for this. Because let's not pay attention to authors' copyright. Let's only pay attention to copyright that the big publishers care about.
Let's pay attention to copyright.
Yeah, exactly. Just in general. All right.
I'm not quite sure why, but chat is saying, Zach, blink twice if you're in trouble. Bro, don't put that in the chat. You've got to private message him.
It's like-
You know, now Zach will definitely not be blinking twice, right, Zach?
Yeah. I'm blinking like 17 times. I'm perfectly fine. Thank you, Tom.
Alright, so as a motivating factor, I'm going to transform "You Are Mostly Holes" into "Ignorance is a Vacuum to be Filled." So my character is going to be thirsty for knowledge.
I love it. I love it. That's great. We're actually going to go in order and just
Oh,
have
sorry.
everybody
No, it's
do that,
good.
but
Yeah, we.
It doesn't really matter, you know, but like once everybody's ready, we'll just have everybody go around. This is a game of perfect information because it's really no GM. I'm serving as master of ceremonies just to keep things moving a little
Yeah,
bit, but
you're
you know, yeah.
Doing very well at it too.
But the idea is like everyone, you just change the game to make it fun for the group that you're playing with, you know.
Yeah, like in a perfect world, somebody would own the game and would have read the rule book and so can sort of lay out the steps, but everybody just gets to play and everybody GMs themselves, basically.
Yeah, and in fact, what we did is we created this quick start guide. So like you have a full like 90-something page rulebook, but then you've got all the steps laid out in just like a couple of easy pages to reference that just guide you through how to do everything that I'm doing as Master of Ceremonies now. Now.
Fluff ball.
My body's ready.
Yeah, when we're reading, we should hold our card aloft or have you run it.
Yeah, I can run the card to the table, and in fact, we are ready now. It looks like everybody has finished. So,
I was trying to set
Adam, will you
everybody
kindly get us started, and I'll carry your card over here as you describe.
Yes.
All right, chat. Also, sorry, one thing. Chat, make sure that is the music I try to put very low. Is it overwhelming? Can you not hear us? In which case, I'll make it even lower or turn it off. Just let me know if like how the music is relative to other stuff.
I put it next to
Tom,
it.
Shatter, Imaginary Cubics, anyone who's in here, can you let me know, please? Clocks.
So I don't know why it's not focusing, but this says basically, look closer. The
Music is fine.
edges are ragged.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Imaginary.
Yes, look closer, the edges are ragged. And from that,
Very
my
funny.
character's motivation is the only way to truly live is to be warned by the world. Grind yourself against stone in the name of life.
Ah, very like Shaolin monk way of approaching the world. Ah!
Yeah. That's cool.
Mine is a Ryo card, so the spark of life, the lightning card. And it says, every game begins on one. It's two people bowing to each other before a duel, possibly hiding their weapons. So my motivation is whoever this character is, she wants adventure. They want to keep moving, to explore the world, to leave Espada, and to do that, they need funding. They need to please the queen. They don't want to be here anymore. They want to see everything.
Huh. Wow.
Okay,
Really
done.
interesting character for what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I have turned it down a little bit. Thank you, everybody.
Great. And so Greg, your
Okay.
character is motivation.
All right, so the card was yet, however, stumblingly progress. So, this is since we were talking about Grendel last night, this is a quote from that book. It's difficult to explain, you understand, to a creature from the Dark Ages, although all ages are dark. So, the arrival of the aliens has proven that there are worlds beyond our own. It is our duty to find out what else is out there. We must learn from our benefactors.
Must
Okay.
learn from the benefactors.
Great. Zach.
So, my card came from the Lagrimas Tears of Life suit, and it said, give the tide your sacrifice, what will the tide return? And the motivation that I turned that into is a melancholic desire to be a part of something unknown and vast,
Ha!
larger than this single life or body. I sacrifice parts of this life to be whole with the eternal.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, look at
It's
that.
very priestly in a way.
I want more.
I want to be
Kind
with
of, yeah, which starting to dip into, I'm excited to dip into sort of Cthulhu-esque vibes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Existential,
Yes.
existential horror.
Yes.
You'll
Yeah,
see
so-
when we get to plots. There's
Great.
plenty of room for that.
So very quickly, Tom, without going into great detail. So this game involves us. Aliens have arrived. It is the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Aliens have arrived and have made a bargain with the leaders of Espada. And we are all the court wizards who have gained some of the powers of these aliens. So what we're doing now is using this deck of cards. We are each choosing one first to be able to get our motivation, and then I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll be using different cards to figure out our role in court, or magic. I don't know how the Doom works in. We'll figure that out later. But that's what we're doing. We're constructing our character. So that's the idea.
All right.
And then Triffid.
Right. My card is You Are Mostly Holes, and that is from the suit of Espacio, Space, Within, and Beyond. If we continue to build marvelous tools and ask questions, we may yet come to understand the universe's untold wonders. So, from my You Are Mostly Holes, I am interpreting that my character thinks ignorance is a vacuum that needs to be filled, and I'm thirsty for knowledge.
Awesome. We've got a couple of themes going here with a couple of crossovers. See, like there's a crossover here, there's a crossover here. Very interesting. And your weathered character.
Worn by the world, you want to experience the world as much as possible.
Right, yeah,
Me too,
so-
yeah.
Yeah, there's a kind of wanderlust, I think, in some of the group. Interesting. Great. So the next thing we're going to do is the next part of the character sheet. This
draw
is
a
a
card
tribute 2 of 4. So, like, again, Tom, if you know D&D, you've got
Yeah.
strength, intelligence, wisdom. In this one, we have 4. We did motivation. That's sort of like one of your characteristics. The next one is the role that you play in court. So the background here is that your country is coming off of an inquisition. If people knew that you had made bargains with, in quotes, devils, whatever those devils are, you would be auto-defayed faster than you could say auto-defay. Like, you would be burned. Yeah, exactly. You would be set immediately on fire. So you're secret wizards, but the queen needs you next to her in case she needs to deploy her secret wizards to fight whatever evil is threatening Espada. So you are now going to figure out your Clark Kent secret identity that you play day to day in the castle. So the idea is, like, you need something that keeps you near the court at all times, but it can be anything. You could be the chamber pot cleaner, you could be the Secretary of War. Anything in between. You can invent a role that has never been seen in any castle anywhere. Or, if you happen to be knowledgeable about these, feel free to pick yourself to be the pantler, the person who orchestrates the bread, in all the castles. So, like, follow your dream, or follow the card, as you will. I see we've got 6 here, is that right?
Yeah, we
Is there
left the one on
over?
the table, yeah.
Right. So, we picked 5 new cards, but the one that was unselected remains on the table for this round as well.
Okay.
And 2 things. We're going to start with Claire now, because we're going to continue to rotate it around the first player. And you cannot pick a card with the same suit anymore. So, for instance, Greg, you picked Espacio here. This card is unavailable to you
Okay.
now when you select. So,
And Zach, that doesn't count your extra card
Of
from the
course.
first reading.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. But so if you're ever in a position where you can't pick a card from what's revealed, you just pick it random from the deck.
Okay.
So, Greg, please pick the thing that will inspire your role in court. The job you have when you're not being a wizard. Heck yeah, you could be the music orchestrator. You could do that a million different ways.
Okay. Choice is fear or any other action.
So I can't do that.
You're looking at that too?
No, I was going to, but then. Oh, okay. Yep.
Nice.
Oh, you nicked the one I wanted, so let's see. Can't take purple. So I have.
Could be the music orchestrator. Sure, Tom.
not sure what I'll do with this, but it's interesting.
Something will occur.
That leaves.
Yeah.
It's the only one I made.
Adam, you can only pick one.
That's alright. I was looking
It's a real good one.
Yeah, I like this one.
Okay, great. But that is part of the mechanic of the game, where the game is meant to put restrictions on you that hopefully will be generative. One of the things that Claire and I found as we were developing the game is that putting certain amount of restrictions made creativity easier. Not the sort of like horrible freedom of trying to, think of something out of anything.
Infinite choice.
Yeah, infinite choice is not great for creativity. It's why we have sonnets, Having those 14 lines of iambic pentameter that have to rhyme a certain way, that limit has, inspired generations of poets. I see that Triffid and others are making great use of those cards that talk about the suits to help with inspiration as well. That's what they're there for.
At times, you're starting to sound like an esports commentator. You're like, and I see Triffid's picked up the card.
This is unprecedented. I didn't think it would actually go that
He
way.
watches a lot of Twitch. He was watching the sumo championships the other time, and then he watches chess championships, and he'd make a great e-commentator.
Yeah. Triffid's gone for the card now. That's a bold choice. Let's see how it works out.
It's like one of those.
Yeah. Love it.
There's a reason Triffid was named MVP in last year's
That's right,
Negocios
yeah.
Infernales League.
Pretzel.
So the goal of the players is going to be to resolve whatever plot it is. So it's a role-playing game, but it has a definitive win condition, which is very different from most role-playing games, right? Certainly you want to beat the big bad of whatever dungeon you're in if you're running that way, but you know that role-playing games can be much more open-ended. This game has a very definitive win condition that we're going to get into just a little bit later. Again, we're just into the character creation now. This is meant to be a self-contained, complete game, start to finish, without a GM. So we're going to do character creation, the relationships between characters. We're going to do world building to settle what kind of specific world you're in. We're going to pick a plot, and then we're going to role play that plot out. There's also a funny alien epilogue at the end.
Just let me know if you need anything.
What's the name of this region, like our home again?
So yeah, if you look at the map, you can see
Here's a
that as
smaller
well.
map too, if you want to
Oh,
bring
yeah,
it to
but
him.
just to show the chat as well. We are called, so we're on the right here called Espada.
Mm-hmm.
This is our country. It includes these islands here. Our eternal rival is Pelea, right here. So this is, think of this as sort of like, just like an island where the two most powerful nations are at battle. And then we have surrounding nations. Mariposas is a traditional ally of Espada. Primavera, it means spring, but it's largely unsettled. And these islands may have pirates, may have other things, but you're going to decide that as you develop your world.
And usually we say we're in the capital city where the queen is. And usually that's on, is it Perla?
Yeah, Perla right here. So this is Oyster and this is Pearl. This is where the castle is. So right here, hanging out.
And that's part. So that's part of.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
part of the
It's
nation.
canonically called the Coral Castle is where she lives.
Okay.
And there's also this whirlpool here that's eternal.
These roles we have, we don't actually fulfill that role, or it's just a cover.
It's like
or...
a Clark Kent role. So the queen wants us in the castle. So if there's an emergency, she'd be like, "Wizards to me." But the Espada at large would be afraid of wizards and witchcraft. They would think it's devil work and they'd burn us.
Gotcha.
But Clark
So-
Kent is actually a reporter.
Yeah,
So it's not a fake job he has. It's what he does when he's not Superman.
gotcha. Okay.
And you can tie it into your motivation. Like, what would before the aliens? What would a person who's like this? What would his job be? What would he?
That's it. There's a new GM in town.
No, you're not getting on. No,
If
he's
you
like, I
want.
get on the
Carlos,
table.
can you hand me the rulebook, please?
The what?
The rulebook, please.
Oh yes, absolutely.
In the rulebook, we have sample roles in court, which can help for stickiness. So we have admiral, royal scholar, tax collector, royal chef, chief exorcist, fool, person in waiting, chimney sweep, zookeeper, stable master, food taster, soldier, court musician, astrologer, undertaker, photographer,
Exactly
salary
right.
staff.
There's always
That
spreadsheets,
helps,
Amanda.
Right.
Just to. And you
Always
can make up
spreadsheets.
something
Infernal
that never existed
spreadsheets.
in
Yeah,
this
you're right,
world
right.
That kind of suits you.
Hey, what's
Like,
up, Omizu?
the man
Welcome
who-
over on YouTube. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome
hummus
to
is
this
off the
awesome
palaces of
game.
the Queen's
If you have
feet,
questions,
you know?
please let us know.
Okay.
I think you heard Claire chat, but just in case you didn't, in the rule book we give tons of suggestions for the kinds of roles that you could play. Just again to feed people and give them something to bounce off of if they'd like it. But again, we encourage you to make up a job that has never existed in any court ever because you think that's great.
What is, how do you say shark in Spanish?
Tiburon.
Okay.
Tiburon. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Okay.
Tiburon de la Reina.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So like the hand of the king? I'm the shark of the queen.
That's exactly
I'm the
what
king shark.
Ooh.
Nice.
I love that. Beautiful.
You walk into
We-
a dun 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 dun.
We often have a Spanish dictionary on the desk or or on our phones because it's fun to add flavor. We often have a Spanish fantasy name generator up just for fun. I often like to name my characters after real words so I use a dictionary more than the name generator.
Yeah. I think
I'm
everybody's
ready.
close.
Yep, I'm all set.
Great. So Claire, you'll start us off this time.
So remember how my character wants adventure. She wants to get out of Espada. She wants to see the world or beyond. I think it's because she's very trapped, and this has been a pretty dark time in Espada before the aliens came. So I was like, what would I give her to be in this? I was thinking something really low status because she doesn't have what she needs to do the things she wants. She knows she needs more resources. She has a soul of an adventurer. So what is a low status soul of an adventurer? A librarian. She's a sub librarian. She's mostly a book duster, a reshelver. She reads about all the places she can't afford to go. She keeps the records in order, and she knows where the erotica is hidden.
Man, I made reference to Ariel before, but now you've got Belle kind of going too.
Belle?
Belle.
Like from Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah.
Oh, I want more.
So Greg, yeah.
Okay, so my card was the choice is fear or any other action, and the first card was yet, however, stumblingly progress. So my role in court is I am the chief investigator. It is my responsibility to look beyond, whether that is the limits of space or the limits of the divine consciousness. So I coordinate all scientific inquiry within the court, even if the queen isn't sure about it and regardless of the danger. Because it's either that or fear.
Man, that's amazing. So you've got an inquisitor doing one thing, but you've got your guy, investigator. doing another thing.
Investigator, yeah.
Yeah, doing something else. Really cool.
So my card was even dragons are murdered for their gold. So I wrote down, I am the queen's sword and her shield. My blade has drank the blood of assassins and pirates. I am feared as Tiburon de la Reina in the lands beyond Espada.
Very cool.
Oh. So, and kind of like a naval background then too, right?
I suppose so,
Yeah, interesting.
All right. My card is: after the world ends, you won't mind rainy days. So I like the yes and no value of that, and the card Lagrina's Tears of Life. Things are sad, melancholy. Tears can be joyful. Take heart, for one never knows what strange secrets the unfathomable seas may hold. And so I decided that my role at court is going to be, I'm a seeress, interpreting dreams and omens. Mine, if I have them. The queen's, if she is troubled.
Yeah.
And things across the land.
Wow.
I love it.
That's so cool.
Amazing.
Awesome.
It's
Serious
good
and chief investigator. Very interesting.
Yeah, and you're
Yeah.
going to see how well that fits in with the mechanic that comes later.
Oh, cool.
My card is a seed spends most of its life asleep. And for this, it's a very existential area with Espacio. So taking this very weathered character, like irreversibly so, he assumed the role of a gardener.
Ha!
Oh.
And he's viewing new life before the weathering of the world begins, and an interest in something that he is not and can never be again.
Ha!
It's like a perfect Candide.
Wow, yeah.
We must cultivate our garden.
After a really hard life,
Yeah.
like I'm here
I
in
mean,
the
that's
garden.
it's
Oh.
like Candide at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
Right,
took up
right,
chills. Little Candide. Petite
Oh.
Candide.
Wonderful. Now, chatting everyone, we get to the good stuff. Everyone draw one more card. You have the card that's left over from before. This is the magic. This is what your character bargained for. The superpower that they get, because this is what they need more than their own eternal souls. Again, this is not what's actually happening, but they're convinced, like from the character's perspective, that they are bargaining their souls for this power. The way that we want you to think about the power is sort of like the way X-Men are designed. Think of it sort of like not Superman levels of power. You're not going to be able to like fly around the world and like change the whole planet or something like that. The aliens wouldn't give you that much power. But they'll give you something that's flexible in a lot of situations and make it so that you sort of like concentrate around a theme. So like if you think about Iceman has super mobility by those ramps that he creates. He can use them to create walls. He can shoot ice at people. There's a lot of flexibility in what he can do.
Create a rose to give to your lover.
Exactly, an ice rose, like shaping and manipulating. So like there's a lot of different things Iceman can do with ice. And one of the fun things about X-Men, I think, is how they discover new ways to use their powers. You know, as the character develops, they find different ways to use it. Happened with like Hulk too. I remember before Hulk had his sonic slap, you know, and could do that, you know. But he kind of like discovers that, and that becomes now part of his repertoire going forward. So when you think about the power that the aliens give you, you can either think about something that they give you bodily, or a technology that you don't understand that they give you. Okay. So you could be as wild and be like, they gave me a ray gun. It has a dial. I can't read what it says, but I'm going to flip and shoot, you know? You could draw and be like, well, my character's motivation is all about traveling. So like they gave me this teleporter or whatever. So you'll use the card to inspire what you do and then build that against your motivation in your role in court to decide what magic you bargain for with the aliens. And just remember, this magic is as important to you as your own soul. That's how deep it goes.
So tying it into motivation's kind of important, probably.
Yeah. So, Greg, when you are ready, it is your choice first. Remember, you can't choose any suits that match. And it looks like we got a bunch of vessels.
I chose last time because I was the first to read.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yeah, actually, Greg can have any card but this one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Well, I can't do that. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Would it be said that, so we had our roles in court before the aliens arrived, then the aliens arrived, and the queen came to us and was like, they can give you, like, how did the responsibility of receiving the power come about? Like, did we find out about these aliens and then...
It's a good question.
No, but it's open. Okay. So, like, you might have had this position, it might have worked out that set, but it might be like you got an encounter with the alien, and because of that, the queen says, like it or not, you're here now, so we're just going to make something up and put you in there as well. So, in your case... in your case, it's like maybe you were already Tiburon, and that was already established, but maybe in Triffid's case, you were like, you got contact with the aliens and were foisted into the court.
Yeah, maybe Triffid was always a true seeress, and the aliens were able to speak even more directly to her than like, oh look, she's already got that part of her mind open. That makes her job easier.
Exactly.
You know,
right.
Or maybe she was a total hack before and now has the real ability to be a seeress. We get to like kind of develop that.
Yeah, that's totally up to you.
Maybe no one would listen to me before.
Right.
Now I have more authority in my speech.
They like you were a Cassandra who got the curse taken away.
Right.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. It's a great question, Zach, but the answer is it's literally what you want it to be.
Yeah, I'd love to know how Tiburon was approached.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so not purple, not green. I can do you are the fuel your anger consumes, or statues have the most lamentable afterlives. I'm going to take lamentable afterlives, and I'm going to say that connects to being able to see futures of.
Yeah. Whatever you want, just write it down. Yeah.
Yep.
That one for sure. I can only take death used to be better at killing you.
Sounds like a good power.
Oh, I don't have to use the phrase though. I can use any bit of it.
Right. Oh, great question, Tom. Definitely more powerful than level 1, I would say. It's not a first level character. I would say you're not an archmage either who has multiple time stops or something like that. But you could have one 9th level spell. And it might, you know, so like you could time stop for sure, you know.
Okay.
But like, again, just remember, you can't like freeze the whole world, kill everybody, and, like that sort of thing. So like, just think about what the aliens would give somebody and what limit they might put on it. Yeah, think about sort of like, Colossus as his full power, Nightcrawler full power, the different things that people can do.
I'm gonna go get my phone for the Spanish-English dictionary.
Oh, yeah.
I got the text that you sent to Greg with a thing. I wonder why he didn't get it.
I don't know.
I wonder if when we send it to both of us that he doesn't get it. We have to.
Yeah, or
Take some
if you
time.
change your phone number or something. Okay.
Well, it's the same. I mean, I have an Android, but you have an Android, right? Or
No.
you have an iPhone?
Mm-hmm.
And you have an iPhone,
Mm-hmm.
Claire? I wonder if that's it.
Yeah.
The iPhone Android thing has been an issue for some people getting stuff over.
Hmm.
So,
Well, if I send it to you directly, though, I can, so it's good
Yeah.
to know.
okay. Yeah, there's like a setting they want iPhone users to do, but it's like, if you're going to make iPhone users just do that, like to turn on or turn off this setting, so I don't know. There needs to be more discussion between the Googles and Apples of the world.
As you're, refining your power and thinking about it, remember, you want to use it in a variety of situations. In typical role play, there might be needed subterfuge, needed dialogue, needed combat. So, like, things that give you some flexibility in how you use it would probably be a good idea. Oh, and I should say this. It can't be sort of like a power that you can't use in game. So, like, don't say, like, if I grow this flower for 50 years, I will become immortal. Like, you can't really use that in a game, so...
You like SpanishDict.com, right?
Definitely for looking up Spanish-English definitions, yeah.
Aw. Show translation. You'll like this. The word of the day is la semilla, which is seed.
Yeah.
It goes with your guy.
How do you spell that?
Semilla.
We're waiting chat. I'll just put up the little map here. This comes with the game as well, just this little paper map, just so you can sort of like see the basic contours of the world. That's what's also reflected in the map that you see on the table, but Kickstarter backers will be getting that neoprene mat here. And then there'll also be one in the box just for easy reference and things like that. But the map uses sort of like 15th century Spanish, and so it's a little bit like overblown, really highfalutin kind of Spanish. That isn't exactly how we would use Spanish today, but hopefully people will use it the same way you'd look at a map in Latin, and it will just give you that same old-timey feeling.
Designed by Shannon Potratz.
Yeah, our designer just did an incredible job with it.
We know there's a page in the rule book that the facts we know about the world of Gloriana, and it's sort of as if like this is the information the aliens as scientists have collected about Gloriana. It's not much. They know the size of the sun and the moons. They know their name. They know that Gloriana is mostly a mega aqua planet, so there's a lot of unexplored territory that's watery and very few land masses. They know the population. They know like the main rulers, the luminaries. They know some facts about the military and important locations. But all of this is up to the player's discretion is if they want to use it or not. You can kind of create your own homebrewed planet of Gloriana if you want. but we had fun. We had fun sort of doing that like CIA page. Is it CIA, Carlos?
Yeah, the World Factbook sort of page. Yeah.
All right, I'm almost done.
Great. No hurry.
What we could do, like once the stream is up, is we could go to the time marks and say explaining role at time mark 22:13 or whatever.
It's a great idea.
And then examples, we can go to the time mark on that. Unless we could edit the video down to like take these lapses out.
I kind of like having the YouTube up, and that will refer to Greg's page also, and then, just mark it.
Yeah.
So.
Tom question asked if this is an island group or a real continent with some islands attached.
This is what we've shown here is just a small archipelago in this vast water planet. Again, like the World Factbook that Claire was reading from, this is like a massive planet that the people of this archipelago haven't explored very much. The aliens, however, they know what's around, and if anybody bothers to ask, maybe they'll find out about other sides of the planet and stuff. Or
Espada Playa could be like the size of Australia or the size of England. I guess that would be something for people to decide.
Yeah, it's definitely like we want people to have just like a vast area that you can just explore.
Okay.
So I think we're ready now. Greg, what did you bargain for?
So, part of being a chief investigator is to see what led to the final state of a thing. And so the power that I have is essentially a kind of, to jump out of game for a second, a sort of Batman Arkham Asylum vision. Or if you know Return of the Obra Dinn, a tremendous game.
Yeah.
Where you're recreating basically what led to a final state. So since a lot of what I do is trying to see beyond and see the final state of a thing, a ruin or whatever, I can see what led to the ruin and how things broke down temporally. And also I've heard that I could use my power to restore something to how it was, but only once, and then the power is gone. So I can see for free, but if I ever actually want to restore it to the way that it was, that's a one-time deal.
Yeah. De-entropication or something like that. Love it.
Okay. So the card that I picked, and already some of the ideas I had with powers kind of seem to synchronize. So the card that I picked says, "Where have you gone, oh my skeleton?" And I thought this tied into give the tide your sacrifice, what will the tide return?
Yeah.
So my thought is, here's what I wrote is very sort of ethereal and poetic, and then I can get specific with it. So what I wrote is, where bone once lied, instead froths sea foam, coral, and kelp. I have the powers of the dread sea. My magic armor contains me, and I am a vicious ocean. My blade is a ripping tide, my body an aquarium of both predators and prey.
Beautiful.
I
I
love
chills.
it. Oh my
So
gosh.
I am imagining essentially a knight whose internal structure no longer has a skeleton, but is instead able to command the powers of a small ocean. So whether that is dissolving to be, as thin as a tide, or, you might see a starfish hanging out somewhere and you're like, what is that? And that's one of my scouts or something.
You
Oh
could
my
open
God.
your visor and just like drown somebody.
Yeah,
You're a cross between the Wonder Twins and Aquaman.
I suppose so, yeah.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
beautiful and so flexible. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Literally
Beautiful.
flexible.
So that's that.
I love, and it's all contained in like an arm, like a magical alien
Basically,
armor.
and I imagine, maybe her helmet has been modeled to look like what once her face looked like, but just this metallic sort of dreadful Renaissance.
I love it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Or like the tombs that have the knights on top of them. It's called the Gisant, where it's like, you carve the knight on top of it, so you have that almost death mask on top of them. You're wearing your own death mask right
Yes.
Beautiful.
now. So great.
Since we're featuring the game, I forgot to mention the card that I chose, which was ruins are ruins for a reason. So that's why the exploration of ruins. And forgot to mention that.
Amazing.
That's me.
Great. Terrific.
Okay, so once again, I have statues have the most lamentable afterlives, and the card that went with that is Hueso, Bones of Life. We all must perish. What shall be your legacy? Focus on the big picture. So I decided that before the aliens, I was a seeress, but I basically relied on my religious teachings and vibes and stuff.
Yeah.
I asked the aliens to actually let me see the future. But the problem is, there is no one future. The future is mutable and many. And so what they gave me was implanted in one of my eyes a sort of quantum field that lets me see probabilities.
Wow.
What might happen.
And what are stronger probabilities?
What are stronger probabilities, what are lesser probabilities, and, if I do something to affect something, will the probability become stronger?
That is so cool.
So, for statues, not to choose is to choose, stillness is death,
Yeah.
and interpreting dreams, you are making choices and choosing directions and trying to move in some way. So I see futures, and I tell the queen.
I love
Mm-hmm.
it. You've kind of got that Fallout vision, like when you're looking at
Yeah,
like
yeah.
80%,
Yeah.
damage here, that sort
Or
of
I'm
thing.
seeing Doctor Strange when he's.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There is one way for us to win.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Very cool.
And that could apply to combat, too.
100%.
Yeah.
I've come to bargain.
So for mine, I picked the flowers that beautify a grave are also dead.
Mm.
It's such a gardener one.
I know.
Yeah.
And there's
great.
an image of a dead man with flowers blooming around him. And so taking from his other two things, this motivation to be weathered by the world and his past, having changed him irreversibly, but also this existential wondering in how something is before it's been weathered by the world and what happens before that. He was given the power with one hand to weather something and the other to restore it.
Wither and bloom.
Wither and bloom! Yeah.
That's so
I love
cool.
And that can go beyond physical too. He doesn't know the bounds of this yet, but it could be weathering something spiritual or an emotional state,
yeah.
or restoring it.
Or bringing somebody out of like a catatonia. Oh, how
Or
beautiful.
maybe like physical objects, like rusting
That as
something.
well.
Yeah.
Resting
So
or
great.
Shining it up.
So grappling with these two realities that he's trying to.
In each hand. I love it. It's such a
Confusing
beautiful
when you do both
comic.
at the same time. Like, Wither bloom.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I imagine when you first got the power.
Create Harvey Dent.
You first got the power and you went to go gardening and you're like, let me just. Oh.
Sorry,
Wrong
wrong
hands.
Yeah.
And
Amazing.
is it like always on, or do you activate it like consciously, or did you have to learn how to control?
Kind of like Rogue, you have to wear gloves,
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that. I think it's a conscious activation, but he doesn't know what it's going to weather.
Right.
So we'll see. Or grow.
Yeah, it's like something you have to learn. You've had it for a year now, and you've learned some things about it, but not everything.
Yeah.
That's great. I got the card, Death Used to Be Better at Killing You, and it's okay. Like, I just kind of ignored the image and paid attention to the armillary sphere and the sun. So I like the idea is that she has a piece of jewelry that the aliens gave her. It's an orrery on a chatelaine, which is like a key belt, basically. And it's solar powered. So when it's fully charged, like a full Sunday, basically, exposed for a full day to light, then it can teleport her. 10 short jumps on one charge or 2 long jumps. I think the aliens put the restrictions on there because, it's like handing a baby like a really powerful thing.
Yeah.
Probably there will be fewer restrictions the more she uses it, but like right now it's kind of where she can imagine to jump, but I imagine that at some point, if she's just like, take me away, it'll take her anywhere. Or if she imagines a moon or the bottom of the sea, it will take her there. And it will also protect her in that
Right,
space.
give her the... Yeah.
Because I think it's like, the limits are her imagination, but as she learns to imagine more possibilities, then it will grow with her. Because the aliens know what she wants, and that what they want is for us to evolve.
Right.
And so they're just like, all right, we'll start with what you can think,
Right. So I'm going to make a prediction, chat. By the end of the story, Claire is going to pull a full Ant-Man on Thanos and appear inside of someone and go, kablam!
Oh, yeah.
We'll see. Excellent, everybody. We have one more characteristic to go, and frankly, this is my favorite. So, as all of you lapsed Catholics will know, the guilt never goes away. So, despite the fact that you've made this bargain, you think you're doomed. You think that you've made a bargain with the devil. You think you have doomed your eternal soul. But you know how devils work. You're not going to let them get the better with you with some sort of like niggling detail in the contract. So all of you have insisted that it be laid out plainly what your doom will be. You argued with the aliens, and they would have given these powers to you without contest. But you were just like, no, you're not tricking me there, devil. You dastardly being. No, we're going to say what it is. So basically what you're going to do now is write your doom. And this is the doom that you have self-selected, not only because you were trying to protect yourself from a worse doom that the aliens could have given you, but because you kind of think you deserve it. You kind of think that, maybe you're not so great, and maybe this is what you have finally coming to you in your deepest, darkest recesses. So let's talk about doom.
Yeah, there are limits.
Yeah. A doom can't kill you. No. This is a fate worse than death, my friends.
Oh.
So the doom isn't just like you fall over dead or you enter the afterlife. No. You have to live with this. This is something you have to carry with this body that you've chosen.
And more so, you have to be able to keep playing the game while this is happening to you.
Yeah, exactly.
It can't
Because this
take
could
you out of
happen
the game.
in scene. Mechanically, you might be able to continue the game even at the brink of everyone losing by activating your doom, which means that it happens in that moment. So a way to think of the doom, this is an example we like to give, is like you wouldn't say something like, the love of my life suddenly falls out of love with me. What you would say is, the love of my life hates me so much that when she materializes in front of me right now, she's wielding an axe. She's going to try to kill me, like, right now. It has to have some bearing on the scene that's happening. So think about a way that you can have this happen in situ, in the situation of a role-playing game.
We've got some sample dooms, which
Yeah.
are sort of fun. So, like, every day must eat an entire pig or turn into a pig.
Okay.
Or teeth come alive and hate each other. Or grow one extra large skeleton bone a day. Or cannot eat, only drink. Or can only speak in insults. Do you see? Like, it has to be something active, will be funny in gameplay,
Okay.
or horrible.
It's not like that much of a doom.
Yeah. But it
Just
depends.
insult everybody all the time. No,
Yeah, exactly.
And deathly afraid of their own face. Think about your motivation. Think about and you want to survive. You want something terrible to happen to you, and you don't want the aliens to get the better of you. So it's a complicated thing, Doom. It can be wild and funny or really dark. Go wherever you want.
Right. But yeah, think about your motivation and things like that. And most importantly, everyone draw a card, because your card will help inspire you as well. I'm going to remind everybody, you won't be taking any suits that you have so far, and it looks like we might run into a situation where there's no card that you can draw. If that's the case, then you'll just draw randomly from the deck.
Got a couple carnes, though.
Yeah.
Even if it's the same, like if you draw randomly from the deck and it's a suit, that you
Then
still
you'll
have to-
discard that
you
one
have
and
to
draw
again.
another one.
Okay.
You have to have 4 different suits on your
Gotcha.
character.
Okay.
So, Zach, you get to go first.
Yeah. Okay.
We all have almost none of these.
Yeah, no, Irides, maybe they'll come up and
Yeah, they'll be up soon.
Yeah.
Those are the story ones. These are the character ones, I guess. No. Okay. So a doom. It sounds like. So Carlos, you mentioned a doom can be a thing that. Well, Claire, you were talking about examples of things that are always happening to you, like I must eat a pig or I turn into one. It's like an active, passive thing that you are always under the effect of. But then you mentioned like, oh, you can activate your doom. So like, what's the
activate your doom means that your
It's a
doom is not
mechanical.
happening to you. So like if you activated the pig one,
Mm-hmm.
immediately you would be like, I have this amount of time before I turn into a pig.
Okay.
And so like it would be something on your mind as you were
When we
playing.
say activate, it's a mechanic.
I see.
So this is something in your contract. It hasn't happened to you yet. It may never happen in game.
Oh.
There may be an opportunity in the game for you to save the game by saying my doom is upon me.
I see.
So
Okay.
so this is
So
sort
it's
of
actually not active.
Hey, class,
until
it's not
you-
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not
it's like a
active.
sacrifice your character can make.
Got it.
And I could tell you mechanically what happens is you have 4 cards.
Mm-hmm.
What you would do to activate your doom is turn that one so you only have 3 cards available to do the mechanic that we'll explain later.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think.
Hey, Classic Core. Welcome, welcome.
Hi!
Yeah, hey, Classicor. Good to see you.
Okay. I'm torn between two right
Claire,
now,
can you pass me the
but
pencils, please?
yeah, I'm thinking.
Thank you very
this
much.
one.
Excellent. Triffid, you're next.
All right.
Knew what you wanted right away.
I must choose them.
I can take care of it.
Well,
Another
Or do you want me to
thing
cap
that
it?
could
Or?
apply.
oh no, I was
Oh,
just
okay.
seeing if you wanted more.
Oh, no, thank you.
I had to
Place it
take this
here.
Okay, so, and Greg, we're to you.
Ah, so I cannot.
Yeah,
So, I
so
gotta
draw randomly.
I still cannot.
So discard it, yeah?
Or does it get added for possibly Claire to choose from?
Claire
Claire
already
already did,
chose,
never
yeah.
mind.
So
Nope.
we'll remix the deck if we need to, but
Yeah.
like drawing it this way, then
Oh, okay. This is not that, right?
This is not
Jitters.
that, no.
Okay, great. The scavengers win every war.
Okay. And so your doom shouldn't fully prevent you from doing what you're known to do, but it should make it more difficult, or it should add a complication or something?
that's right, yeah, or reveal an ugly side to your character.
Okay.
It's something you think you finally deserve as punishment for the person you've been all your life.
Okay.
Classicor, it is. This is our final prototype here. It has magical things like the coin. That was one of the Kickstarter goals, stretch goals there.
Cooney.
That's the one.
Is that this one?
Yes.
And should the doom... Do we know that essentially when we activate this, we are then under its effects for the rest of eternity, basically?
That's correct.
Okay. Got it.
How you doing?
Doing great. Such a good group. So
You're a
creative.
really good living rule book, you know.
You're the sweetest, and thank you for everything you said, because you're just keep enhancing and making it easier.
I like to jump in.
Yeah.
Our rule book's so pretty, I like to show it off.
Mm-hmm.
Next time I should be the rule book so you can play, though, because you're so good at this game.
You are a star.
Can I see the example dooms again?
Oh. Top of the page.
Top.
Thanks.
I also like to think that the aliens, like, if the person ever evolved enough to ask, can I just not have my doom anymore? They'd be like, oh, sure.
I mean, 100%.
Right. The key then would be whether you would have the knowledge or the wisdom or the willingness to ask.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a variation of Paradise Lost, right? Where
Yep.
Satan makes the decision to do what they do. One of the things that they think about is we could ask God for forgiveness, and he's like, why I can't do that. Why would God forgive us? Which is dead wrong theologically, because of course God would forgive you, right? That's the whole point. It's that Satan cannot conceive of him forgiving anyone if that had been done to him, and so he doesn't ask God.
That's 100%. That's
You know
a
what I mean?
great thing to mention. You know, if only more people read Paradise Lost, Doom would be easier to explain.
It's so good, you know, in terms of what he's going after. It's not up to the level of Dante's Inferno, but that's because that is just
Milton came
force.
first, though, right?
No.
Oh,
No,
Inferno
Dante-
came first. Oh, interesting.
Inferno
Oh,
came
that's
first.
300 years.
In fact, Milton was keenly aware of that and was imagining himself as a kind of successor. Like, basically, so Dante imagined himself as the greatest after Virgil, right? And in the same way, and that's why he has Virgil as the guide through the Inferno. And in the same way, Milton imagined himself in that line. And then Wordsworth tried to pretend he was Milton, and it was like, no, I'm sorry, you're great and all, but no.
Go to sleep, Wordsworth.
Yeah.
Would be
Okay.
like
Got
ecclesiastical
inspiration
sonnet.
Oh,
from,
great.
from the anecdote
And
that you
also
actually
even like,
wrote in that section.
The prelude, where he's like, nature and all this, and everyone's
Yeah.
like, that is
I'm so
amazing,
glad that
but
that
it's not
worked.
the fall of God and man, or walking through hell.
Right. It's not an epic in the same way.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
There's no nation building or cosmogony.
Right. But there's a whole lot of psychology about imagining themselves in dialogue with like 3 or 4 of the greatest poets of all time, right?
It's-
And that's what they're imagining.
Yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot of chutzpah to be an epic poet,
Yeah, I can handle the fall of God and man, no problem. And also he wrote it when he was blind. No big deal, though. He dictated it.
Carlos, did you hear? Zach said that he got inspired from our example play.
Oh, cool.
Got
Just what
inspired
it's
by-
there
got
for.
inspired by what?
The example play, so we have a whole
Oh,
play
nice.
through in
Nice.
there.
Yeah, we played a 2-person game while writing the rule book, so that we could put literal examples of gameplay in dialogue with a reference to be like, and this is how we would do our Doom in this particular case with these cards that we just drew. We've used these cards with DMs who are world building or character creating for their campaigns outside of this game to help
I could see
inspire
that.
them.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
So I think we're ready to go, and I think Zach, you're going.
Okay, so kind of continuing with the theme here, I picked up the card, You Are the Fuel Your Anger Consumes. So that made a lot of sense if I'm made up of a tiny ocean full of an ecosystem. So I wrote down, my doom is such that the ecosystem of sea creatures within me will begin to consume each other and myself. My ocean powers will become blood red. But most importantly, any animal in my vicinity will become hostile to other animals while I remain next to it. So if I'm walking and there's a squirrel and a dog, the squirrel will begin to attack the dog, or basically any animal begins to be hostile to other animals.
But not you, just each other? Like, they'll be hostile to each
I
other?
guess,
Are
yeah.
you an animal?
That's right.
I guess so. It would
But
also
maybe
be
not
hostile to me.
anymore.
I'm gonna
He's
say,
an
like, I'm
ocean.
not sure you're an animal. You're kind of a cosmic being.
Yeah.
Eaten by internal fish. Yeah, and as it turns out, that's where, again, that's why I was asking. That's interesting.
But yeah, just to be like, you're feeling yourself consumed. Animals are like, if you still have human emotion, it's just distressing.
Yeah.
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 So pretty.
Okay.
So gorgeous. Great. Terrific.
Okay, my card is Skin is a Coward. So the easy, what this means immediately is obvious to me. I always have to be gloved and veiled in public. No one can see my skin. I was thinking of consequences if I ever deliberately expose myself or carelessly expose myself in public. I will lose my visions. But I'm thinking if someone else ever exposes me on purpose, rips my veil away or something, maybe they will lose their sight.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
Their physical sight versus you who would lose your internal visions.
Yes,
Interesting.
that's what I'm
And are you imagining that your Seer's character is, before their doom is ever activated, always veiled anyway?
No, just a normal, modest woman under, Inquisition.
Right. Yeah.
So if your doom is activated, you'd have to really quickly cover up before anything,
No, I always have to. Not with activating Doom, or at least I believe, I always have to be veiled and gloved.
So
Oh,
right
oh.
now in gameplay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, because you.
Right,
you-
help me with the mechanics here.
yeah. So right now your doom isn't active yet.
Oh, I see.
It hasn't befallen you yet. So at some point you might have to lose your vision. but you might not even know that. So you get to decide if your character knows. They'll suddenly have to cover themselves someday. But
Or if your eye has told you this is a high probability, because we're playing this game, that you would keep veiled and gloved all the time just in case your doom is activated.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of having to glove and veil myself. Maybe I activate my doom deliberately by taking off the cover.
Yeah, or maybe you just take on the cover in case it's ever activated.
Yeah.
You know, because the thing is, like, just imagine this ghostly person who's constantly covered walking around in a society that doesn't require that. See,
Right.
people are going to think of you as a ghost figure, mysterious. It's going to be a problem for you that you could already begin
Right.
role-playing.
I'll be constantly drawing the attention of the church and others, you know, what is so special about this person.
Yeah.
So, even though the court, the inquisitors don't know that I have special powers, they're gonna see something strange
Exactly.
about me.
Yeah. Great.
All right, the one that I chose is the fruit desires to be devoured.
Another good garden one.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah.
just like
Going
really
along-
fitting.
And going along with the weathering theme, his doom is that he has this recurring dream that he'll be violently consumed by the world, and part of him longs to be eaten. So when he activates his doom, he will strive to take any insult, not for the good of others, but for the detriment of himself.
Oh,
And any healing that he might have done is greatly reduced with his right hand.
wow. Sad.
But the aliens are like, oh no, all right, he's gotta sit with his feelings.
Yeah.
Just let him feel his feelings. Ugh.
His withering hand is like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
wither myself.
Stop withering yourself.
Yeah,
Stop withering
stop.
yourself.
Wither.
I got the card, inaction is the death before death. A woman with her back turned to a scene where a man is strangling another man, and in her eye is a skull. Inaction is the death before death, and I thought for somebody who has most of her life been a sub librarian, only reading about the experience she just wants to have, if her doom is ever activated, her body will start spontaneously producing tattoos telling her the story of her life, which is utterly boring, full of dust and nothingness, eventless. But she'll also feel like she's being tattooed all over her body.
Ow.
And then it the skin peels off, new skin, it starts all over again.
Oh.
So she's constantly reminded of all the years she wasted.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Beautiful and so painful.
But I think she has the potential to get over it. Like she has the potential to at some point say stop. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for her.
Or she starts having adventures, and then the tattoos starts writing the new adventures.
Yeah.
on, you know?
Yeah. And that could be, and eventually she might get a kink for pain. Who knows?
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
a wide world.
One could only hope.
All right. So mechanically, these cards go away. They're going to be discarded. If ever we run out of cards, we're going to mix these back in. So in the meantime, what we're going to do is...
I don't think I did my doom.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry. I jumped ahead. Go.
No, it's okay. I just figured.
No.
So mine was the scavengers win every
No,
war.
you haven't done it. Sorry.
Yeah, I honestly was not remembering myself. Like, did I? Anyway, so my doom, and it occurred to me that the thing about the scavengers is that they arrive on the scene too late, right? Like by the time, well, not too late to eat, I suppose, but everything else is already done and dusted. There's no way to actually bring these people back to life. So I thought that my doom would be that at some point I will understand and figure out something scientifically or otherwise incorrectly, so that for the first time my knowledge will be flawed. Like what I thought, the whole like looking back and seeing how things went, it's not how it went down. And my conclusions will thus be flawed also. And so for this mistake, I will be removed from my position and I won't be able to investigate the stars again. So I will have, my knowledge will have failed me, and thus I won't be able to gather more of it.
Right.
Would be the idea.
Now, how do you imagine this happening in scene?
My thought would be, as I'm figuring something out at some point, it's wrong, and because it's not the way that things actually were, that means that people here will probably be operating. If they were used to relying on what I said as a thing, that would be wrong. It would screw up, the way that was conducted, and then I would have to essentially, I would retire or resign if I wasn't being removed from that position anyway. So then I don't have that power. I can't figure out the ruin thing anymore, and I can't, do anything official anymore. So I figured this is a late game Doom.
Well, yeah.
Probably.
Most dooms are.
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Great. The last thing you're going to do is name your character. So feel free to give the character a name based on anything you want. You can call him Bob. Like, you don't have to make it a Spanish name or whatever. But also feel free to just, like, use a name generator or think about what you want to do. You could even draw a card to help you with your inspiration there. Exactly, classic or Space Bob.
Name everybody after villains from 80s action movies. My name is Hans Gruber. Exactly are you? I am Thanos.
We're all looking up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more fun. Did you tell them about the Spanish name generator?
I could mention that if you just Google Spanish name generator, the first hit will generate a pretty good one, I think. You can do it by gender, and it can give you inspiration for first name, last name, but only if you want to, not required.
Hey, could I have more of those?
Hans Gruber wasn't a villain. His intention was to move some money around fighting the corporate world. You cannot know he wouldn't have given those money back to people. No, it's true. He was trying to move money around to himself, where in Imaginary Exponent he'd be on a beach earning 20%. That was the theory. Yeah, the Asian Dawn movie. Read about it in Time magazine.
Okay.
So I think that's everybody, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So Triffid, we'll start with you this time. Enjoy your peanut butter pretzel. I'm sure that isn't going to impede your progress at all here.
Yeah, Time magazine, Tom. I love that her.
Maybe Adam will go first.
Yeah.
No, I'm ready.
Okay.
Lucia Lucia La Adivina.
Oh, yeah, the diviner. Beautiful.
His name is Deverado, or Dev.
Deverado.
Why don't you come to this garden?
Cut, so you don't get
Demonetized, yeah.
Lucia. There was a famous... During the Spanish Inquisition, there was a famous seeress. I think her name was Lucia. There's a book, a nonfiction book called, like, Lucia's Dreams. Anyway, but she managed to skirt being... Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. I've named my character Limpiadora del Polvo. which basically means dust cleaner.
Yeah.
But she goes
Like
by
Cinderella, basically.
But she goes by Adora. And so what I've done is folded up the back of this and facing you so that if you forget my name, you can see it at a quick glance. You can write it as big. I don't know if you can see it from across the table.
Yeah,
In
it's something
case
we
you-
suggest that everybody write your just one of your
Yeah.
names or what you'd like to be known on the back here and flip it up so that it's easy for everybody to see who your character is on the fly here.
Limpiadora del Polvo.
Yeah. It really is kind of like a Cinderella style name.
like that's what her parents thought of her. That's all they would
Yeah.
think. And from the Del Polvo family, which is like you're just dust. They like historically low status.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, so my name is Dr. Rodrigo Galilea y Copernica.
No lineage there at all.
None least. I'm sorry that I had to dip into Italy. It's too bad.
That's all.
Okay, for my character, her name is Ainara Ayerbe La Tiburon. So Tiburon would normally be an El Tiburon,
That's right.
But she's known as La Tiburon.
And that's interesting too. Like you were not saying tiburona to make it.
Yeah.
So it's like la tiburon, right? You
Mhm.
want that gender.
Yeah,
That's
I like
that. Yeah, that gender
Yeah.
conflict.
Frisian. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, what gender
Gender-
are you when you're an entire ocean?
yeah, basically.
You would definitely be gender fluid.
Oh!
Quite literally.
Good night, everybody. We're
Yeah.
shutting down the stream. I'm breaking the camera. The channel's off the air.
So yeah, her
It's
name
a
is
quality dad joke. It's a quality
Ainara,
dad
or
joke.
just Nara for short.
Nara.
Or you can call her the shark.
Okay. So the most important thing is that these 4 cards you have are the cards that you're going to use for magic checks and success checks later on. The only important thing to say, besides you'll have to keep those handy, is that you have to know which one is your Doom card. So make sure that you put that in a place where you never forget what your Doom card is. You might have to activate that one in a very special kind of way. We're moving on immediately now to relationships. You'll see at the bottom of your character sheet, at the bottom of the character sheet, chat, there is a relationship section. Everybody's going to establish at least one relationship with one of the other wizards. This can be, a relationship that has to do with blood. It can be past shared history. It can be do with anonymity or rivalry. There's lots of different choices. What you're going to do is you're going to pick one card from La Baraja del Destino, which I will spread again here for you. And you're going to reference the card it relates to here with the relationships deck. Pick somebody and say, oh, I think Devo here is a great one for us to have a relationship based on these sorts of attributes. Now remember, with Negocios, everything is flexible. So like, if you want to ignore this card, ignore the card. Like if you have an idea of like, I want to have a relationship with you, you're always going to draw a card, but how you use it is completely up to you.
This is just extra ligature in case you need it.
Yeah, it's meant to help, and it could be helpful.
So you draw a Lagrimas card, you take this Lagrimas, it's by the icon, it also says it here, so you'll be able to pull it if you want that extra.
So, sorry, just for order operations, you draw a card. Based on the card, you then are able to use one of these or take one of these.
That's right.
And then from those, you develop whatever the relationship.
That's right.
Okay.
But you can also even be more flexible. Let's say, like, I know I want to have a relationship with Lucia. Like, you could just say that in advance, then draw the card,
I see.
and then see what develops. So, really, it's up to you. I suggest drawing the card first so you can start seeing where it goes and getting that inspiration, but up to you. And Adam, you're going to pick your relationship first. So, any order. You can pick a person, pick a card, whatever you'd like to do.
All right. I think relationship-wise, Nara and I have a very keen sense of life and death and things that are growing or some kind of disruption in the middle of that of hurt and heal. So I'm going to choose one.
So Adam's eventually going to write something down. Nara does not have to have a reciprocal, equal relationship.
Yeah.
So, you get to say whatever you want, and then later you could either further develop that with Devo here or pick somebody else. Just so you know. So, yeah, go ahead, please.
It reads, "To know another, forget the taste of fruit.
Oh my.
Now, eat fruit."
He got the second fruit card.
Oh,
I
remember
mean,
that
it's
one.
amazing.
There's only
Look
2
at that.
fruit cards in
I
the
remember
deck.
that card. I remember that fruit
That's
card.
I had
amazing.
seed, flowers,
Fruit.
fruit, and another
The deck knows!
fruit. So,
And here's some options if you want them.
gotcha.
horizon for Easter.
And this is something that I write down and then share.
You could speak it aloud first, just to, because you might want to have some back and forth.
Yeah, right. Okay. I'm assuming we met possibly in the garden or in relations to our roles.
Mm-hmm.
Forget
Yeah.
the taste of fruit.
Maybe because Nara is sort of we're sort of usually in the castle, each of us. So I'm essentially the Queen's Guard.
Yeah.
And so maybe we have a relationship where if there are assassins who come, maybe I make use of your poisons that you grow, or oftentimes maybe I'll actually escort someone through the garden as a sign that they are an assassin, or I suspect them or something.
Yeah.
So maybe
That's a good idea.
maybe Nara frequents the garden as a place of just to kind of linger.
Gotcha. And then something with this: to know another, forget the taste of fruit. Now eat fruit. I imagine that is something that we both experienced, then completely buried in our psyche, but then later in this story we might have to encounter it again.
Mm-hmm.
Forget the taste of fruit, and then we'd have to eat it again at some point. So there's some, and it says here, sin together. So there
Well,
might-
you were weathered by the world. You could have been a soldier or a sailor under the shark before you turned into a gardener.
yeah.
Oh.
And there's something that both of us know of that we're going to have to confront again.
No.
Oh. Okay. I like the idea that maybe we have a history
Yeah.
as part of the same crew, and that's something that we have to confront. Maybe we were in like a relationship
Yeah.
or something, and the fact that I can't really do that anymore.
Yeah.
And maybe for you also can in some weird ways.
Maybe that's what weathers me the most.
Yeah. Maybe Nara has grown distant from you because she thinks she can't be loved anymore.
And that just tears me up even
Yeah,
more.
and so she
Okay.
and because her line of work is just so brutal, and she's become this otherworldly thing that she feels like she's left the worldly love behind.
Yeah.
Almost.
Perfect.
Dr. Manhattan herself.
Super great, exactly, yeah. So, yeah, both of you just write down whatever you would like. In the meantime, Claire, do you want to... Oh, you want to pick first, great.
Genius prefers effort over genius. This is one of my favorite cards. I might get the tattoo. Star-crossed, mentorship, collegial, an odd common interest. I like that in the libraries you take down prophecies of people's dreams. Maybe I keep those records. Like, there's a section on prophecy, and so, like, whenever you're interpreting a dream or you're interpreting your own vision, like, I'll just be the scribe and write it down. And I have records and, like, knowledge of, as long as you've been doing it, and also court seers in the past. I have, like, archival knowledge of that. And, but ever since we both got powers, you and I do our own dream interpretations separate from the Queen's knowledge, maybe. And we kind of consult each other on, like, the weirdness of what we're, like, separate from the Queen being like, you're my wizards. We're like, what kind of wizards are we and whose are we really? You know, like, that kind of thing. This sort of collegial common interest, star-crossed by the stars themselves sort of thing. Do you like that? Is that cool with
Sure.
you? Okay. Lucia.
And remember, your relationships don't have to be reciprocal. You'd have different feelings for each of you. Okay, as you write that down, Greg.
No, I think I have an idea already, but I'm going to pick one just in case. See? Okay, that's this? Or is it like, that suit is,
That's Ida, yeah, so you've got
so
that
that
right
or
there.
that? Is
It's
it one of
this
the
right
two?
here. Oh, it's this one right here.
Okay.
It has to, see that little guy there?
Yeah, but isn't that also?
No,
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 it's
this
not.
is a...
Oh, it's a different. Oh,
Yeah, it's
I
a
can't
mermaid.
see.
It'll also say it right on the text is there as well.
Awesome.
Will you describe this for me?
Oh, secret. Oh, yeah, fellow traveler. Okay, so I have one for you because as we were going through this, it was like it seemed very obvious to me that your ability to see is very much connected to my attempt to see what has already happened. Right, like we're both involved in investigation
Yeah.
on some level or another,
Past and
and
future.
so it makes sense to me that we are both involved in similar things. Probably have similar concerns about the way the world is or is not going. and probably a desperate desire to see the truth of what is. And perhaps the biggest difference is that I am always trying to figure out what had happened, and you're figuring out about what will. So there's a synergy of sorts. That was my thought. If that's
So do you
cool.
visit
That
each
works
other?
for me.
Yeah.
I imagine we consult quite a bit, like where I'm kind of like, do you think about this? And you're like, I don't know, this, and this. But what like maybe your visions are or are not affected by whatever I happen to know happened before. You know, I don't know. Something like that.
This right here?
Yep. So this says, drink a little poison every day. And it's
Good advice.
enmity, sin together, blackmail, disowned. Can you tell me about your magic again?
Yeah, I've got an orrery. It's a piece of technology, but it looks like this. And it's attached to a chain, sort of like, but it kind of self-revolves. An orrery is like with all the planets in rotation. And sometimes the planets are different, but nobody looks that closely at it, and it's always in perpetual movement. And it is charged by sunlight, and it teleports me to where I want to go, and will protect me from whatever environment I teleport to.
Got it.
I haven't yet said I want to see the surface of the sun. I couldn't imagine that. But if I did, it would take me there and protect me from it, and I would witness, bottom of the ocean, I could do the same. If I say I'd like to explore the heart of Nara, it would take me into your suit, and however it could bend space and time, I would see what's inside of you and be there.
And then drink a little poison every day. I'm not sure how that factors in, but an idea that came to mind with this card that says blackmail or disowned is that maybe you've picked up on the fact that I have some sort of secret that would maybe make the queen favor me less. Perhaps, I'm renowned now for killing pirates, and maybe the reason why is because I once was one or something, and that maybe I actually once stole a great amount from Espada or something in the past, and
You blamed it on a privateer,
Yeah.
but you know where the gold is.
And maybe that gold I still haven't even returned to the country, and I've just sort of been like, well, the country's recovered, so it's fine. But I've hinted and indicated that there's of course no way that anyone can go to the bottom of the ocean and get that treasure except for me and you.
I love it. Oh my gosh.
And I had written down, I have small relationships with each of you, and one for Nara and Devo is that you've all gotten to see the world and been celebrated for it, and I was stuck dusting books. And so jealous of you two, kind of scared of him. He's high status and very mysterious, and I have nothing to do with him. So I'm intimidated, and then you, at least I have some access to the way you work and some historical archival knowledge. But yeah, I'm struggling to keep up with all of you as far as experience points. Cool. But yeah, so any leg up, I don't know that I'd ever use that knowledge, but it comforts me to know that I could go, if I asked the orator to bring me where that treasure is, I could go there.
Yep.
And yes, we're up in my office, class score. This is where the magic happens, as I said.
So as Zach finishes up there, that is going to be our relationship section. We could.
Trish still hasn't done.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I keep jumping ahead by one.
All right. So my card is break the wheel that would break you.
Huh.
And the associated is Lagrimas, Tears of Life. Enmity, Sinned Together, Blackmail, Disowned.
Got that 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Legamus came out on this time.
Mm-hmm.
The IRA is just waiting to get us in gameplay.
I mean, it kind of is.
And some Ryo, too.
As a note, looks like it's going to be a little bit under 2 hours that it took for this phase. This is something to keep in mind. I think as I was just mentioning in terms of overall length of game.
Yeah.
Because this is a pretty high number of players
It
relatively,
is.
right?
Yeah.
Normally you'd be playing this between. I know you can go 2 up to 6.
No, 5 is really
2 to
what
5.
we, this is like the
Maximum.
max.
Okay,
Because
so that's good to know, just as a thing to think about when you're playing by yourself. If you're playing with 2, it's obviously going to be much faster. If you're playing with 5, and also we're stopping to explain things to chat too.
Yeah,
So
it's a lot faster game when everybody knows how to play it, first of all. And we did some of the extra stuff, like you're not always going to do tarot readings or future, like prophecy. That's an icebreaker, you know. It's a way to teach the mechanic.
Yeah.
But not everybody's going to do that. You're not going to invoke it every time, maybe, you know.
Yeah. No, I think the point is moving. For me, it's moving at a decent pace given all those things. I think so. Like, you know,
Right.
and so I approve of the pacing.
But so, please, yeah.
Right, so, if Greg Arvin approves, I think your view of our relationship is different from my view of our relationship.
Sure.
You are a scientific doctor with a lot of knowledge. I was a dream interpreter. I think that you despised me. You just didn't really even notice me before.
Oh.
And so I feared you as someone who would, try to disprove my predictions, and try to get me thrown out of court because you're all for reason and stuff. And
I see.
before, at least, I was more about, dreams and religion and stuff. And so, I don't think I particularly want to break you, but I always fear that you want to break me and that you might return to this way of thinking.
So when I show up at your domicile or your office or whatever, and you're kind of like, it is my pleasure to. No, it's not. What are you doing? Yeah,
What
okay.
evil thing do you mean by this?
All right.
Okay.
Are you laying
Yeah, that's
traps
fine.
for me?
Terrific. So please, yeah, write down whatever notes you'd like to, and you could write down notes too to that effect if you'd like to.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
What I wanted, I'd never played role-playing games before meeting Carlos. He really wanted me to like them, and I thought it sounded like a lot of work. And I was like, I'm an actor and a writer for a living, so this role-playing sounds like work. It sounds like everything else I do. So he's like, let's design a game you'd like to play. And so when I started playing games at first, I was really enjoying board games because they were shorter and I could see them ending. There's often like a dial where you could see the cards going down, or you could track where you are on a board. And so I asked for a mechanic where I could watch it end. And so to me, done with trust affirmation, done with invocation, done with wizards, make your wizards, done with relationships, I can see the amount of decks we have left, and it's a very reassuring feeling. I am now much better at roleplay, and the idea of role-playing for 4 to 6 hours does not intimidate me. But for somebody who's just starting and is like, what's nice about the countdown mechanic is that as we finish each section, there can be a break, or it could be like, today we'll do character creation, we'll come back tomorrow and do relationships. You know, like you could play one game over 5 days for an hour each, or you could play half of the game up to world building one day. That's like session 1, and session 2 is plot and roleplay.
Speaking of world building, though, that's our next step. Should we do world building and then take a little break so people can stretch, get water?
Yeah.
Could do that, sure.
Okay. So, we're going to do world building now. Every time you play the game, you're going to build a new espada. The country name will stay the same, but what happens in espada will stay in espada for
Stays
your
in Espada.
version. We're going to do this in 2 stages. First, we're going to build your own personal tyrant. Reina Resoluta is going to be an NPC, so this is also going to teach you the NPC mechanic. Would you fish out one of the little stands?
We don't have any. That's not in the box.
Oh.
That was one of the things I think we talked about. They're in the other box.
They're in the other box? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just tear this and we'll make this a little bit. But so like we have these NPC cards. They look like this, chat. And normally we have little stands that we're going to put them in, but apparently we put them in a different box or something. But there's an easy way to make a stand.
For what it's worth, the Lord of the Rings role-playing game has those little standy plastic things.
May I take them out?
Yeah, it's not in the gray one. It's in that big
This one.
box.
That's why I was moving it for you.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. I'll get them. You talk.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically, what happens when you create a character, chat, is that you're going to put the name of the NPC that you're creating. You're going to say what their role is. In this case, it will be Queen of Espada. And you'll draw a card. This card will be permanently attached to them. You won't use this one, but like this will be here. So like it sits like this in the stand.
Okay.
And what you're going to do in this case is you're going to write each an attribute of this person, this Reina Resoluta, based on the same card. So we're going to start actually with Claire, because I think you began that last round. So Claire is going to take a card. She'll draw for everyone. Let me just take this away right now.
I'll put all of these back, Greg. At the end of the game.
Yeah, but so Claire will draw a card, and then she will say, I think this queen is X. And that will be, you'll just enter that into the personality there. You can go down into here if you need to.
Okay.
And then all of those lists of attributes together will be that. So like, yeah,
Sort of
if we're
fine.
putting... Well,
Put two of them together.
yeah, I think two together, it'll mostly work like that. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Our stands are a little taller. Sorry.
Yeah, they're a little
Yeah.
thinner too, but so like Claire has picked the card Surrender with Care. So each of you is going to say something based on this card about it. Remember, you can use any part of the card, border, image, words, any small or big thing. So Claire, get us started. What is one attribute to this queen?
First of all, and every time we make an NPC, there's a name, a role, and a personality.
Yep.
Her name we already know, so we don't even have to make it up. It's Reina Resoluta. We already know her role. She's the Queen of Espada. So that's easy. So the rest is up to our interpretation. I kind of like how tall this figure is and how like dramatically dressed. I like the idea that this Reina Resoluta is coming out of an era of religious persecution that she totally backed. She kind of had her mind changed by the aliens. She is a tall, striking, dramatic figure who wears an iron mask. She likes intimidating people. She's dramatic. She does it purposefully.
Very Tilda Swinton in Lion the Witch and the Wardrobe.
Ha!
Tall,
like that.
striking, dramatic, purposefully intimidating.
Which I think maybe has inspired my character's appearance as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Yeah.
And
Wonderful.
we passed that on.
Great. So, and now you'll just
Still
use
using the same card, though?
Same card.
Yeah, you could do a different aspect. It can be any part of it.
Well, I mean, the surrender with care part makes me think that she does not like to be gainsayed. So if someone stands up and says, I don't agree with this, there will be consequences, although if you can convince her through the boldness of your position or the rightness of it or something, she's willing to let it go. But you need to be very careful when disagreeing with her, publicly or privately.
Yeah. So write a short version of that.
Oh, she's always a piece of work. Our
I mean,
Reina.
you're looking into the iron face of a queen going, I disagree with you. That's got to take some brass.
Tell me more.
Okay. Surrender with care. It's like, this is reminding me of, I don't know, like a cyberpunk or distant future thing where it's like, please comply.
Citizen?
Yes.
Right,
For
like
your
a Fallout,
for
yeah.
your safety,
Right.
please die.
Right. For your safety, please die.
So maybe that is part of her demeanor as well, is that she can view, I don't know, and relating to gold too with my character, I guess my contribution would be is that maybe she kind of views, and you also characterize this as creating a tyrant. Is that supposed to be?
You don't have to. It doesn't have to be a
No,
tyrant.
no.
Okay, I'll add something that could be tyrannical, but we'll see. Is that maybe at times, because she is a queen, for every queen, one queen wants to be very close with her subjects and wants to seem as still human and normal as possible and wants to seem fair and just. But perhaps this Reina Resolute has a tendency to view her subjects as just more, another gold piece to be spent in the war against the opposing nation.
Nice.
Resources. So she's maybe this. Also, the other thing too is maybe you characterized her as being tall and like this figure inspired her. So maybe she's the surrender part, and then we're the with care.
Right,
So, like,
right. We
you know-
try to put stops on her.
Yes, but maybe she doesn't have to go super far. Maybe she's not super tyrannical, and there's still a part of her that understands that there needs to be the human element, but maybe she leaves that human element to us,
Yeah.
or to
She delegates
her.
humanity
Yeah,
to everyone else.
Exactly.
Like
You be
Elizabeth.
human. You react
Elizabeth the
emotionally.
First,
yes.
who created like a doll version of herself. You know, like the
You two sob feelingly. You know.
the untouchable version.
You two
queen.
care.
Yeah, exactly.
The Iron Queen.
That's a
Yeah.
great concept. The idea of outsourcing one's personal emotions to those around you.
Right.
Maybe she has none of us, but maybe she has a person, like, you know how there's the Metatron of God, who's the mouthpiece of God. Maybe she has like a HR person
Wow.
who's like the human aspect of Reino Resoluta, and if she feels up for it, she'll just like wave to that person and be like, the Queen grants you mercy today.
Yeah.
But she has a wither and bloom hand. That's the bloom hand.
Right.
The wither hand.
It's like
she points to the
Tiburon.
shark, Tiburon, and
So-
she steps forward.
Okay, we can keep going.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you
You can also
use
flip
that
it
space.
over. You can do the back.
Right around the outside. Hey, what's up, Phased Out? This is not a piece of software. This is actual D&D. Although this is not totally. This is not. It is. There's similarities here and there. But this is a game called Negocios Infernales. It is designed by this person, Carlos, and that person, Claire. And they are playing it with all of us. And it is a game that is going to be released this year, officially out. And so, if you are interested, you can find out more by sticking around. Feel free to ask questions or anything like that. But yeah.
We're in the world building stage now, so we've already done character creation and we've done relationships. We've built our wizards in this court in Espada. We've created relationships between our wizards with our other wizards. And then this is, we're creating a personalization of the country we live in. And the first step is to make the queen of the nation all together.
I'm focusing on with care. I believe Reina Resoluta is not a whimsical tyrant. I believe that she is very contractually minded.
Huh.
And so I think she is legalistic, and if you make a deal with her that has a loophole, she will absolutely take advantage of it, because why would you have left that loophole there if you didn't mean it?
Mm-hmm.
But on the same side, if you do manage to write your deal carefully enough with her, she will abide by it. She's not just going to turn around and off with his head.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That says something about how she interacted with the aliens to begin with.
I was just
Right,
going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's actually more a devil than they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's the one who sort of like influenced how the contract was made and influenced us, perhaps.
Yep.
The aliens were like, we just wanted to talk. We just wanted to chat about your Inquisition and say it's not a really great idea. And she's like, perhaps we can sell our immortal souls to you in exchange for all the power. And the aliens are like, okay, that will work within your metaphor,
Yeah.
I guess.
Although when you said that not a whimsical tyrant, I did immediately think about the other concept of whimsy. Like, you two be whimsical, right? Like, this person's job is just to be whimsical. Woohoo! You know, like...
Well, a fool, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Or yeah, I can imagine maybe that.
She delegates whimsy.
Yeah, she
Delegates
or
one
maybe
thing.
delegates a lot of things. I could imagine a court filled with other people with similar masks. So when you go to see the queen, it's not just a singular queen sitting upon the throne. But
Oh my
there's,
gosh,
That's
yeah.
a great idea.
Like
It's
a
almost
comedy
like
mask.
in a
Court of
sense,
masks.
She has become more than herself. I mean, this is coming from the guy who is becoming more
Right.
than himself. But
I like the idea. So the Iron Queen and her court of masks could be something that is.
I like that.
Well, yeah, we can write that down.
Right.
And
maybe.
it's part of the legalistic approach that I don't contain all this. That's you. That's your role. That's your
what if
role. That's
she-
your role.
What if she made a deal with the devil? And
Yeah.
what if she's like, I mean, this is very similar to my character, but what if in this idea of who she delegates these parts of herself to, what if she has split herself into
Oh,
her
actually split
several-
herself?
I don't know.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Let's write it
Yeah,
down
yeah.
after
Go ahead.
Adam, and then we'll
Yeah, yeah.
fill the
Yeah,
back
yeah.
with this
Whatever.
because I love this.
This is what it should. This is you're
Okay.
doing the thing.
Good.
Yeah.
This is the thing.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, and if the queen is wearing a mask and sorry, Nada is wearing a mask. My veil is also a kind of mask.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We could each choose our masks after this. What mask we would wear in court when we're being our people.
Right. It's a court of masks.
Court of Masks.
Nice.
Or the Court Mask.
I like on the card that it has just this heart boldly displayed with like the viscera going around it. It's right there. I think she views people, yes, as coins, but also something that's living that can be manipulated by understanding it. And I think she seeks to know her subjects and what they feel in their heart so she can use that. And possibly there's this envy that she doesn't allow herself to feel those feelings. Or she obsesses over how these people interact with each other because she doesn't know how. And then that splitting herself apart is trying to fragment her into so many different places and search all those different cavities of her being to figure out why. Because she can use people as much as she wants, but she can't fully control herself.
Amazing.
I also love too if a queen has delegated herself and they all wear masks, but we also wear masks. Nobody knows when they're talking to the queen or not.
Yeah.
And that could create a lot of tension.
Yeah,
Unless
especially
you know
if she
the person.
changes her masks.
Yeah,
You know, she
yeah.
like switches with people.
Well, and there was precedent for that, in royalty, that would occasionally have essentially body doubles or mask doubles so that they would not be subject to assassination
Yeah.
if they were
Right,
making
right.
appearances.
Queen
and stuff like
Amidala,
that.
man.
Yeah.
Yes, but it was interesting that was taken from actual historical precedent.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. And now the royal we is literal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, it's like if she changes her mask, but also if courtiers know what the queen's masks are and duplicate them.
Yeah.
So there can be a lot of machinations happening
Yeah.
on a
Yeah.
mask level.
Well, in
But nobody dares take a Tiburon's mask.
Did you
Right.
write
Yeah.
about the split?
Sure.
I mean, 100% rip off this idea of outsourcing emotions to courtiers is awesome. Just letting everyone know.
Yeah.
If it shows up in a book a couple years from
This
now.
is what the game is for. This is what it's
I mean,
for.
that's why so just so you know, chat, Carlos and I run Infernal Salons where we use the deck that we're using now to inspire character creation and world building in the game. We use it just to inspire a poetry or a short story that we have to write or...
As we've done here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've done some Infernal Salons with Greg. But we had enough by the time we kickstarted to create a book called Infernal Bargains, which is full of short stories and poetry that we both wrote, coming directly from deck draws. All of which to say is that if Greg does that in a future book, it's beautiful. That's exactly why we want people to play the game.
Yeah. So we'll put this on a stand now with that card.
Yep. How many? So there are 7 suits in this game?
That's right.
Okay, so maybe she split herself. We could go with this element of like, maybe her mask and the laws surrounding it is that you are not to duplicate it, and that she's like, you always know when you're talking to the queen. Or we could go on the other side where it's like we all don masks such that no one knows when they're actually talking to the real queen or not.
I like her, like the queen's masks are sacrosanct, but some people out of her eyesight will don a queen's mask.
Yeah.
And she's
And
not
as an
happy if she
attempt at
finds out about it.
subterfuge.
Right,
Yeah.
Okay.
but that person could gain a lot of power secretly by,
By
as long as she doesn't know.
And there could also be a way that it's sanctioned, like everybody wears a queen, like a simpler version of the queen mask on feast days, things like that. you
Yeah.
know?
I like, as soon as this is done, I like the idea of all of us saying, like, I like the idea of my mask being like an open book, because I'm a
Oh,
librarian.
right.
And so, like, people know who I am and what status I am. Immediately, they're like, oh, the archivist. Where's the archivist? There she is,
Right. But I like this idea, Zach. I'm not even playing it. I want to play. I like this idea of like there being 7 masks that match
That's
to the
exact-
7
yeah, I was gonna
suits,
do
and like
7.
those 7 are the ones that
Or-
nobody else is allowed
exactly,
to wear. You
yeah.
all have different masks that you
Yep.
wear that are individual to you, but like there's a Lagrimas mask, there's an Aire mask,
Exactly.
there's and
a
like, there's-
curled up like a fetal mermaid.
Yeah, there's a pig face, for
Yeah.
Carne,
Yeah.
A bolt of lightning.
Yeah, exactly, just like lightning with eyes.
So I wrote that she made a deal with the devils.
All right.
That,
So I'm going to put this out like this so you'll be able to reference it at any time.
Yep.
So the way this works is like during gameplay, if ever anybody needs to play Reina Resoluta, you just pick this up and put it in front of you. So like that means you're playing it. I don't think these
yeah,
stands are going to
I
work.
guess they're not going to
I guess I could try to do this. I was trying not to
Just
hide
put a couple.
anything.
Just put a couple of the other papers that we're not using right now.
Oh,
Combine
yeah.
them together.
That's true.
And then
I'll
just put
try
it on
this though. Yeah, actually that fixes it. So like I just bent the bottom a little bit, so
Okay.
I can tuck it in
Lopsided.
right there. It's a little lopsided, but I think that's okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all right.
Oh no, it just meant it might be top heavy and fall anyway, but it looks better. Okay, great, perfect.
Yeah, so now you can just grab it by the base because it's not super
Yeah.
in there. Our stands are fitted.
These are just Lord of the Rings stands.
exactly,
Yes.
like that garbage game, you know. So you just grab it here, you'll put it in front of you, and then just speak in the voice of the Queen. You'll be able to do it that way. So this is our first NPC. More to come later.
Okay.
The second part of world building is world building. So I'm going to just move the cards out of the way here so that you all and chat can look a little closer at the map here.
And we have the paper map that we can pass around to us if we want to look closer, okay?
Right. But so this is basically the archipelago that is all you know of existence on Gloriana, this planet. The name of the island on which you and Pelea exist is called Rota, R-O-T-A, which means broken. And it's in reference to this sort of like demilitarized zone like right here that exists between the two nations here. But so like use the map. Sometimes there'll be cards here that reference the map. But what we're going to do is you're going to do two things. You're going to draw from the deck of Destiny and you're going to draw a card from Build Your World simultaneously. You'll read this to someone out loud, the question that's on here. And in fact, let me
Right here,
grab-
baby.
You've got it already?
Yep.
So, Claire, I think it's your turn to go first. Is that right?
Uh,
Oh, no, you started there,
I
so
think
it's
it's
actually
Greg.
Greg. Yeah,
Oh, my
so
turn.
Greg, what you're going to do is you're going to pick a card from Build Your World.
Okay.
Again, remember, in this game, you draw from anywhere. Don't have to draw from the top if you don't want to. And you'll pick a card from the deck of Destiny.
Okay.
You'll read the question aloud, and Zach, you're going to be his scribe.
Okay.
So what you're going to do is you're going to write down the question where it says question, and then you're going to listen to him vibe and speak about how he answers the question, condense it, and turn it into something that will fit more or less in that area
Okay.
that you have there.
Got
So, Greg, choose a card.
Any
and
card.
Yeah. So,
All right. So the soul loves all, the mind but some.
and then, yeah, choose your Build Your World card.
If Lorena dies, who assumes the throne? How do the various factions of Espada feel about this would-be successor? So I'm vibing. I'm answering the question, vibing as I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
basically,
Just
right?
look at the card and kind of like think about how you do it, and then eventually, Zach, you'll turn this into it.
Yeah.
But so like, give Zach the card here so he can kind of like write down the question.
Yeah. I would say that I don't think Lorena has an heir.
cool.
I think part of the issue is that Lorena is not. The process of getting one is messy, first of all, and beyond that, there were concerns about what happens when authority becomes more diffused. You know, that like kid grows up to a certain age, and then people are like, "How long are you going to be around before we get the next, one on the cycle?" So my guess would be that if Lorena dies, it will come not only as something that's unexpected, but also it means that they won't really have an obvious option to replace her. And so, first of all, the various factions of Espada would be very much driven to decide which one of them gets to actually assume it, because a lot of people would. But I would say, as far as the soul loves all, the mind but some, I think my sense there is that probably the factions of Espada have grown tired of this multiple mask-wearing, we don't actually know for sure whether or not the queen is going to choose this mask or that mask, or this whole bit is a little much. And so while the soul loves all for Lorena, that is all how things are, the mind realizes that this is not sustainable, and so a lot of the factions, even though they may want to become queen, not under these conditions. They would want to become queen or king as all of it. So a lot of the next stage will be gathering them all together, so we have one successor that doesn't have a bunch of masks, that has one person that they're all looking at. And the last thing I would say, I think the various factions of Espada may also have secretly met some of them to talk about this, about what we do once Lorena goes, because it's not sustainable.
Factions meeting in secret.
Yeah.
Something I thought of with that is that maybe each of the factions have been grooming their own potential inheritor
Yeah,
to
sure.
the throne.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Because it sounds
So-
like, from what you're saying, it sounds like once she dies, they are ready for a more traditional,
Yeah.
more singular consolidation of
And
power.
that they're uniquely capable of being that singular consolidation
Right.
of that
Yeah.
power.
Each
Okay.
faction, yeah.
Right, right.
Each of the 7 factions.
Right. They all agree that it's going to have to be something that's unitary. They do not, of course, necessarily, or they let that part always gets left out. It's the
Right.
blah 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 question mark 3 prophet. The question mark is who's actually the person that gets it. Like, never mind. We just know that
Yeah,
it has
exactly.
to be more unified.
We'll work together to elect my person.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's probably a pool of people that are potentials, and maybe they'll come up in
Yeah, they might.
NPC roleplay. Who knows?
Yeah.
Much depends on the card draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, Zach, when you're done, you'll read this back to Greg, and Greg will say, yeah, that's what I meant, or, oh, can we add this, or that sort of thing.
It's terrible. Remove all of it and redo it. This map will look so nice on my wall. Yeah.
Is that classic or?
Yeah.
Big supporter of Negocios Infernales. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Been to many a salon.
Okay, I wrote. So the question is, if Lorena dies, who assumes the throne? How do the various factions of Espada feel about this would-be successor? And I wrote, she has no heir. If she dies, it will be unexpected, and there's no obvious inheritor to the throne. The various factions have tired of the queen's masked existence, or that could be multi-masked existence, and wish to return to a traditional singular rulership. They have each been grooming their potential heirs in secret, waiting for the change.
Yeah. That's it.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Perfect. So you'll pass that sheet, the Annals of Espada.
Mm-hmm.
Triffid will be your scribe,
Great.
and then you will draw.
This is fun.
This is my favorite part of the game. I like all parts, but this is my favorite part.
Okay. Let's do that one. Alright, so this says all actions are chains. And this question is simple. It says, what are Lorena's plans for conquest? Interesting.
I'm just
Okay.
going to move this out of the way in case you want to reference the map.
Yeah.
Also, there's smaller ones right there.
All actions are chains. What are her plans for conquest?
Like island chains?
I mean,
Okay.
How about I put that right side up?
Yeah.
That was just for you, so you could see.
Okay, I have an idea. So my idea is that maybe Lorena, the arrival of these devils, on the surface she's made deals with them, she's had wizards make deals with them, she's willing to use the resource, but then internally she's actually very afraid of what this means for the world and for herself. And so, the question posits conquest as a thing that is on her mind, and all actions are chains. So I have my thought is maybe her plans for conquest is she thinks the only way to potentially resist, like, what if these devils become hostile? What if they destroy the world? Perhaps the only way that we could save ourselves is if we were all unified. And so I think her wish is essentially to conquest the entire world, but to the effect of having a singular defensive force against the thing that is currently, in her view, chaining them.
So
So
cool.
she's taking advantage of these devils for now, for the effort of unifying her the
It's
world.
her sacrifice.
Well, that's
Yes.
what I was about to say. Does she actually believe this, or is this an opportunity for her to conquer, as Spock says in one memorable episode, to connect all the team of oxen under one whip?
Yeah, I think both. I think they both work out.
Because her
Yeah.
worldview would be that, but there is a true threat. If she thinks they're devils and she doesn't understand aliens, she's like, there has been a devilish incursion onto my planet.
yeah, like now it's literally, it's like you can take the Inquisition out of the girl, but you can't take. Or, like,
Yeah,
it's just,
that's
this
true,
is
that's
the
true.
logical
Yes.
exponential.
This is not nothing is
So
an
I
opportunity.
think-
It's always a threat.
Yeah.
Right. In this case.
And I think so. Yeah, even before the aliens arrived, of course, they had every reason to conquest the world, to spread their beliefs, their traditions, etc. But now, both publicly and privately, she can justify it, perhaps, with the idea of defending against an external threat. And so, she is using the power of the devils for her benefit, to unify the world, and then eventually hopes to use the power of the devils against them.
Oh, so great.
And then
She can never
who
be
knows?
wrong in her own mind.
Yeah.
Huh.
So, and then I guess plans for conquest, I guess that describes the fact that she wishes to conquest the whole world, but maybe then lastly, a thing about her actual plans of how she will do that. Maybe her plans for conquest involve getting other people. Actually, how about this? Maybe starting seeding cults in other nations that then grow, but those cults are loyal to her. So maybe her plans for conquest are traditional war, but then also seeding other wizards like us within these other nations that slowly blossom into defeat from the inside out, basically.
Like the wizards spreading the word that the devils are coming.
Yes,
and everybody should try to get these powers to help fight against the devils.
Exactly, right. But then maybe some contract or deal or something that she's doing when she sends these wizards makes them loyal to her or something like that. In the same way that we are, but yeah, that's all I think.
Okay, so what I wrote was the only way to save ourselves, if the devils become hostile, is for all the world to become unified under herself. Using devils for our own benefit, and later we'll use the world against them, having seeded loyal cults around the world.
Great.
Fantastic. Great synthesis. Triffid, it is now your turn.
Okay.
This goes here.
Yeah, discard there, please.
That goes there.
And this is the last of the three, right? The three world building questions? Or
Everybody
No,
gets
everyone
one.
gets
everyone
one.
gets one?
Yeah.
Now, if people love this is not for this game, but if people love this, they can do this indefinitely. There are 40 world-building questions. But we've found that one question per player gives such richness to the rest of the game and really, undergirds everything and all the choices we make from here on.
Pick away.
Okay. The question. Pelea is Espada's neighboring nation and eternal rival. What are they planning?
Oh.
Oh.
And then you have to draw from...
To siege some cults throughout the world. God damn.
Okay. Trees eat meat.
Oh.
That's one of my favorite cards, too.
That's cool. Oh, we lost our music, too.
Oh, stopped. I did the hour-long one. And right.
I think the Peleans are planning the total destruction of Espada. They want to put every last one of us to the sword. And then, grow this as their own fallow outpost. They want to kill us all.
Wow.
And plant seeds in our hearts so that they
Yeah.
have eternal timber. Espadan timber.
But yeah,
Maybe this is just because they've hated us for so long, but I feel more likely that somehow they've found out something about the devils.
There's intelligence
They think-
rumor.
They think the entire kingdom of Espada is corrupt, and the only way to deal with corruption is to root it out entirely.
Wow. All right.
Do you have thoughts on how they might achieve that?
Well, first of all, they are building even stricter religion than the Inquisition
Ooh.
that Lorena was trying, and they are going to be purer and holier than us.
Oh,
They will appeal to God.
I see.
They will also show no mercy to any who falter in their mission to attack us.
Yeah, in a way, for a second there, they're getting more radical, creating a more strict religion to fight us. It's almost like what better to defeat devils than angels?
Yes.
So what if they're going the opposite and they're becoming a holy force to combat us and eradicate us?
And what if when they got visited by aliens, if they did, they viewed them as angels?
Yes.
Angelic.
Yes.
Amazing.
And the aliens were like, we'll work within your metaphor.
Every time.
You
Every
must,
time.
right. You must be the angels come to save us.
Right.
You'll give these angelic godlike powers? Okay.
Amazing.
Poor aliens.
Yeah.
So yeah, Cloud, you'll use the back when you scribe
Sure.
for Adam here.
Yep.
But Adam, yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Pelayans are planning total destruction by the sword and grow this new land as their own newborn forest. They've discovered something about the devils, and gauging Espada as corrupt must uproot and regrow. Stricter religion, purer and holier. No mercy to those who falter in faith or their mission.
Yep.
And Pelea has encountered the aliens and viewed them as angels instead.
It's great.
I like it.
All right, Adam, your go.
Yes. Alright. The question is what strange thing has recently emerged from Garganta, the eternal whirlpool of Espada's coast?
Right there.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, if we just sort of like look at there. This is Perla, this is Ostra, and this is Espada right here. And right here, there's an eternal whirlpool called Garganta, which means throat. It's like the throat of the world. And something has come out of it. What is it?
If it unlocks, it's a lockpick. And this would be something that comes here immediately? Or...
You get to decide.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be mobile,
Yeah.
even.
Doesn't even have to be physical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A kaiju. Classic.
Yeah.
There is a kaiju plot, so that's a possibility, but it could be in really any part of the card. It doesn't have to be the words, and it doesn't have to be that main image. Any little part, or the whole thing.
Something could be unlocked from below that has been long trapped.
Or it could be the key to something.
Yeah.
If it's a kaiju, the key to getting rid of the nation next to you.
It could be it could be a wormhole into another dimension.
My chief diplomat, Godzilla.
I think what emerged from Garganta were the aliens. And this potential to unlock someone's true core energy or power the way they do to all of us. And there's something rising in these aliens that if it were to envelop everybody, they would become truer, more centric beings to themselves through being unlocked by these creatures. And there may be some way to do this en masse rather than just making deals. And maybe that's what the devils or the angels are after, is to make this a more pure planet that is in need of help by awakening everybody.
Interesting.
So we were the vanguard.
Right. Do you imagine like a spaceship came out? Like what do you actually imagine coming out of Garganta?
I think it started as just this errant potential that's flooded the entire world.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so like a feeling or an
A
empathy.
feeling or
Yeah.
some sort of energy that then materialized itself as these living beings, being the aliens.
Interesting.
And then they're here to transform this place.
And perhaps, because there has to be some reason we believe that they have come from the whirlpool. Maybe, like, the whirlpool has become the place where we commune with them or something. Where we know they reside or something.
I like that a lot. And maybe, does the whirlpool still have to be there?
You get to do whatever you want.
Yeah. Maybe the whirlpool was spouted out this new island of sorts.
Oh yeah.
That
Okay.
along with this potential spreading is just this massive behemoth monolith or crystal or something that is glowing all over the world.
Which slowly moves around the edge of the whirlpool, right? Like it should be sucked into it, but it's very black hole. You all know the reference, but
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
like around there,
Yeah,
maybe.
all at once active
Right.
and hard to be found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would also explain why Espada was exposed first, because they're closest to it.
And maybe a storm with it, just surrounding this island.
Love it.
Great. Yeah, that gives new meaning to me too, because in a way, then I've become like an avatar of that force.
I feel
Oh,
like
yeah, that's
you
true.
might have been at sea and it suddenly appeared,
Yeah.
and we're just forcibly kind of like,
Yeah.
you know.
The first changed.
Yeah.
That could be canon that you were the first changed.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like that.
So the aliens came from Garganta as a wave of potential to unlock true power. If this unlocking spreads to everyone, people will become truer. And aliens want to awaken everyone, not just individual contracts. It started as errant potential, some sort of energy that materialized as living beings. They're here to transform this place. The whirlpool is where we go to commune with them. When it first spouted out, it spouted at an island, like a massive crystal monolith. It glows and moves around the edge of the whirlpool. It's active and it's hard to find, and a storm surrounds the crystal island.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Is that everything, Adam?
Yeah.
Great. So one more. Claire, take us home.
Who is the child prophet who has recently been performing miracles
Oh my.
for the poor and forgotten?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Here, Greg, you can have that if you need it.
Okay.
I'm going to draw an NPC card and draw this. So I'm going to make an NPC card. So we know that the role is the child prophet. We can name them later, and we'll see what their personality is. The trained tongue enjoys a little bitterness.
Oh.
Who is
Wow.
the child prophet? Roll, child
Prophet.
prophet. A crystal child
Oh.
made from the new island.
I remember you're speaking for Greg too, so he can write stuff down.
Yeah, well, give me a second, and
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
I figured that's fairly concise.
a crystal,
Crystal
child,
child made from a new island. Sounds good.
island, can eat illness
Ooh.
to make people well. What is hunger? The word for hunger?
Hambre, but it's like Hambre.
Hambre. So they call the child maybe Ambrita?
Mm-hmm.
Ambrita, the little hungry one. And goes just like kind of appears, this glowing crystal child, and like knocks on the door of a leper or a plague victim or somebody with tuberculosis, or at brothels, like really only at hospitals, but starts at the most sick places, the places nobody of class or status will go, eats the illness, glows brighter, seems very overjoyed by the meals that it takes in, and when leaves is like the most serene and happy being. Like maybe starts out incredibly like hungry and almost ravenous, almost desperate, and leaves behind wellness, and is supremely satisfied with that. Whether or not this is an alien being or somebody who bargained for this power, we don't know.
Yeah.
So Ambrita, the child prophet, the crystal child.
Okay. A crystal child made from a new island. They can eat illness to make people well. They're called Ambrita. They go to the darkest, sickest places, are overjoyed by eating illness. They're almost ravenous at first and leave behind wellness.
I'm gonna call her Santa Ambrita.
Great.
The people love her.
Yeah.
Santa-
Saint Hunger.
Saint Hunger. Like Treese the little flower,
Yeah.
the little Saint Hunger.
It's the cover of the great Metallica album, Saint Anger.
So think about all of the things that we've covered
Hello,
here.
my child.
Oh. Think about all the things that we've covered here. When we come back, it would be good for everybody to just take a peek at the world building, make sure that you look at other characters and stuff. But we should take a little break. How long, Greg?
Well, it's 10 after 4 right now. If you want to try to wrap somewhere around 6-ish at
Yeah.
the latest, then maybe, I don't know, 7 to 10 minutes, something
Yeah.
like that.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
All right.
All right.
Let's do that. Chat, while they are doing that, I am going to place here.
The world building cards.
Let's see. All right, I'm going to place here, I'm going to put the break screen up. As people come along, very cool, Glasgow, that's awesome. As people come along and are like, what's going on? Please tell them we are on break, we'll be back. You are watching Negocios Infernales, which is the new game from Carlos Hernandez and CSE Cooney, who are right here playing it with us. And Adam and Triffid and Zach and me are all playing it. And yeah, and hopefully you will enjoy, and Claire, but I mean, Claire's also the designer. And so hopefully you're enjoying this and you're getting something out of it. Spread the word, let people know, and we'll be back to you folks in about 10 minutes. Hang tight. All right, chat, we are back and we'll prove it. See how we're here. What's up? So we're continuing. This is part 2. We're going to be going here for another hour and a half-ish is the plan. So this is Negocios Infernales, and you should get the game. If you type in !Negocios, you'll see a link to the Kickstarter, which is long since over, but you'll be able to go there and then get a link over to where you can actually buy it. And it will be available at Gen Con and so on this year. Hopefully before that, but at least by then.
Yep.
So, yeah. So we have built our world, and so I'm going to hand things back over to
Greg, should we do
prepare for stuff.
should we do those lights? It's getting a little dark on us.
I can do that, sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, the time has come to add a little bit of festivities.
Red light to shine upon us and make us crimson.
Should we go around and introduce ourselves again for anyone coming belatedly to the stream?
Evil. Okay, sorry. I won't
Just
play
like
that.
introduce our wizards.
I won't
Yeah,
play
I
that too
think
much.
that would be good to refresher for everybody anyway. You know, just to say your names.
The
and-
main bullet points of the world
Yeah.
building. Not the whole, read the whole world building, but say the few points.
Yeah.
Introduce our queen a little.
So, yeah.
Or I meant the front, like to light us, is what I meant.
I think the panels is too much yet.
Okay.
Maybe when we get a little bit. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think when we get a little bit further in, because the panels are a little distracting, even if I try to turn them down.
Okay.
Unless they're offset, and they won't be. They'll be sort of more directly on us.
Yep.
So if it gets a little darker, then yes.
Okey-dokey.
When it gets a little darker. Yes.
So, Greg, just remind us who your character is in quick bullet points.
Yes, I am Dr. Rodrigo Galilea y Copernica. I am the chief investigator of the kingdom, and so it is my job to not to investigate crimes, but rather to make scientific inquiry and to look beyond, whether to the limits of space or to the limits of the divine consciousness. I coordinate all scientific inquiry within the court, and my particular power is that I am able to see the final state of a thing. I'm able to work it backwards to see what led it to being in its ruined or fallen or dead or collapsed or whatever state. And once in existence, I can reverse that, but then once I do that, it's all over. And I will eventually be doomed because I'm going to screw this up once. And when I screw it up once and it's wrong and the reproduction is wrong, it will have dire consequences, and also I will lose my position at court. And like Jason, I will sit underneath the rotting boat of my previous success until the prow falls off and hits me in the head.
Very
I
melancholy.
don't know. It's just sad. That's me.
Great. I am Zach Clay. I am playing Ainara Ayerbe La Tiburon, or just Nara. So she is the personal queen's guard, essentially, and is a knight of sorts. She slays assassins and pirates. She actually once was a sailor in the past, but actually was also a pirate in the past as well. Her magic that she has bargained for is that she no longer has a body in the traditional sense, but instead contained within her elaborate decorative suit of armor is a small aquarium, essentially, of various sea creatures, and with that too, she basically has the powers of water and the ocean, and can extend her reach to be like the tide or change her form to be small or large. And her doom is such that her ecosystem of sea creatures would begin to consume each other, and then also if she is in the vicinity of any animal, that those animals become hostile. And that's that.
I'm Triffid. I'm playing Lucia La Adivina, court diviner, seeress, and I see possible futures before us and try to help the queen to guide the best way to go forward. I always go veiled and gloved because if anyone ever actually sees me, bad things will happen to me and or them.
My name's Adam Petrosino. I am playing Devorado, or Devo. He's a very weathered, wounded man who works as the court's gardener, in viewing things that have not yet been weathered by the world. In his magic, he has, in his left hand, the power to weather things, and in his right, the power to restore or create. And that is able to weather or restore not only physical, but also emotional or spiritual or anything alike to that. His doom is that he longs to be fully weathered to nothing or consumed, and when active, he will strive to take any insult selfishly, and he will lose his powers of restoration when he does that as well. Yeah.
Lose totally or greatly reduce? I remember you said greatly reduce.
Greatly reduce? I don't know.
I think
We'll
greatly
see.
reduce is a good limit.
Yeah.
Because it can be greatly reduced to almost nothing.
Yeah, greatly reduced with possible capacity to be revived.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My name, given by my parents, is Limpiadora del Polvo, but I like to be called Adora because my name means dust cleaner, and I'm just thinking I want to go beyond my the shackles of my fate I was born into. I was a sub librarian, keeper of archives, know where people hide the erotica, but also have written down the all of the prophecies the seeress has interpreted. My alien power that I bargained for, my infernal bargain with a devil that's really an alien, is an orrery on a chatelaine. So it's one of those models of the universe with planets and suns spinning around each other, and it looks like metal, but it behaves like a perpetual motion machine, and the things that are revolving around each other aren't always the same things. And when charged, is solar powered, a full day's charge gives me 12 short teleportations or 2 long ones. And that is within, the limits are imposed by my own imagination. The aliens are like, she'll learn. I could imagine teleporting to the surface of the sun. If I do, it'll take me there and it will protect me from the environment. But I have to imagine being able to go there first. So right now I'm still very localized in my power, but my desire is to jump and jump and jump forever. If my doom gets activated, and it might not in game, but if it does, tattoos will appear all over my body, telling the story of my life before I had the power, which is low caste, utterly eventless, boring, inactive, like living vicariously through books, and I'll feel every like needle prick of it, both metaphorically, physically, emotionally. And once my body is written with my story, my skin will peel. On the new tender skin, it will be written again. But again, the hope is that if I survive, I'll start having such adventures that the story of my life will be written anew in ways that I could bear to read it.
Those are our characters. I think, yeah, for the sake of time, maybe we'll just kind of like keep going at this point, and just ask the players to sort of like remember some of those excellent world-building tidbits that you have built in so far. But right now, it's time to pick an adventure. So, Negocios Infernales comes with 7 adventures pre-packaged in it. And you can replay everyone a million times. Like, they're different every time. Because, based on your world building and the characters you've created and the relationships you've created, maybe some will make more sense than the others. So I'm going to quickly sort of like hold up to the camera here and read to you sort of like what each of these is. So, I think we'll start here. This is a royal wedding. And so, in this one, the King of Pelea and the Queen of Espada are getting married to try to resolve a possible conflict, which has already been presaged in some of the world building that has done. But are they marrying for love? Well, the Queen actually has someone that she loves and would rather marry. Maybe that's what happens. It's sort of like a comedy of errors, will love win the day sort of plot. Monsters attack. This is your kaiju plot. The benefactors maybe have released something that they shouldn't have onto the world of Gloriana, and it's up to you to figure out how to deal with this, or even harness this new monster for, I don't know, world conquest, if that's what your queen desires. There's a plot called War with Pelea, and you're on the brink of war. Diplomacy could prevail, but maybe you want to strike first. War with Pelea. The Enchanted Isle. So below this island of Rota is Mariposas. And in Mariposas, they're traditionally an ally of Espada. And weird things are happening there. Like the cows, instead of giving milk, are now giving fire. So, like really Alice in Wonderland, trippy, wild things. You're going there as an ally, but, you know, Queen has plans of conquest. Maybe there's a way to marshal the weirdness that's happening there. the ghosts know all your sins. So this is sort of like your gothic plot here. Around the castle, what's been happening is that ghosts have been appearing and spilling the tea on everybody in there, including Reina Resoluta. And the queen cannot abide this. So she says, find these ghosts and exorcise them, or find the people who are pretending to be ghosts and punish them. Benefactor gone bad. There's a benefactor out there who doesn't think the way this is being handled.
Bring your hand forward this
Oh,
way.
thank you.
Yep.
There's a benefactor out there who doesn't think the way this is being handled is the right way. They've gone rogue. And the benefactors actually ask you for help in reining in this rogue benefactor. Maybe that's exactly what you do, or maybe you can strike a better bargain with this rogue benefactor. Finally, the mystery of the missing Reina. One night, Reina Resoluta herself, or herselves, goes missing. It's a whodunit of figuring out, has she been kidnapped? Has she been murdered? Has she been replaced? Your job is to figure out what the truth is and what you're going to do about that truth. So, take a moment, friends. Grab these. Don't look at the cards underneath there, but you can kind of like look at these plots, consider, and then discuss among yourselves which plot sounds like the most fun.
And there's a couple ways we can do this. There's oftentimes several plots will be very obvious from the world building we've done, but sometimes people like a more randomized experience, and that would just draw a card and then match the suit to one of the colors, and then be like, that's our plot. And that's maybe more advanced if you've played more than once and you're like, or it could be like, what haven't we done yet, you know? So but I feel like I will support anybody's decision in this since I've played all of them.
I would posit too, given that we have kind of a smaller amount of time, it's maybe something to consider. Is any of these plots more straightforward, or like
They're all exactly the same length because of the way that the mechanic works.
okay, great.
I think, like, straightforward wise, war matches with a lot of the world building, and I guess conquering would match with the Mariposas. She'd have a stake in what's happening, and it's also, you can see where Garganta is, so that those two make sense. But we can all make them all make sense, I guess.
Yeah.
I just lean strongly against royal wedding because the king of Palea, well, the whole country of Palea hates us and thinks we're in league with devils. So.
Yeah, the angelic paladin prince of Palea.
Even if it were as a ploy to get to the queen, I just
The
can't see
seven-faced
it.
demon queen.
Yeah,
No.
I just can't see it.
Okay.
It would make an excellent novel, though.
To me, I think Monsters Attack or Enchanted Isle both make sense. Monsters Attack because
That'd be so
there
fun.
is the sort of kaiju, and it might be a little bit more straight ahead, which might be good time-wise. Then the Enchanted Isle is interesting because of the idea of exploration and figuring out what things are going on that are not supposed to go on, like in this context. And so the other stuff, for various reasons, the ghost thing is a little more like localized, and I think we could probably do more than that. The Benefactor Gone Bad. The problem is that for an introductory game, I'd rather just the benefactors be a little bit more clearly benefactory, rather than. But wait,
Phone's ringing.
and then the I love a good mystery, but again, I'm not sure, especially for a first playthrough for a lot of folks. That's
Yeah,
the
like
best
it
way to
would
go.
really suit your character, but maybe not all of our characters.
I
Exactly.
was gonna say that one is intriguing to me just because if one of her fractured parts is missing, or one or two, and just the rest of them are there, and she's trying to find what's lost of hers, just one of her fractured soul.
Alright, so looks like those three are out
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, and I think maybe
And
War is out.
War's, yeah.
It's not as interesting this
Yeah,
time.
it's
A little too
straightforward, but I like a
straightforward.
little spice that these three offer.
Okay.
I was gonna say the Enchanted Isle at first, but I like how Adam posited
Missing
the idea
Reina.
of, that it's just not just her entirely missing, but a part of her missing, which could be affecting how she's acting or something. Which I don't know if that if this accounts for the queen being completely gone, or if it would be okay that a part of her remains.
We
will modify it on the fly, and it will demonstrate how we can modify things
Okay.
on the fly. But yeah, the game is yours, and like that has an idea of like there's one queen, like most
Yeah.
of the time,
Right.
and then the Grand Inquisitor is the person that you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, we could just say that whatever part of the
One
queen
of her
you want-
faces is the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
One of the 7 masks.
Yeah, exactly. Like whichever one is gone, the other ones want to find her, and that will basically work the same way.
Okay. That seems cool. I also like the idea of cows' milk instead being flames, and exploring a new island.
Yeah, there's several seafarers here, and like an oceanic theme, which I find it interesting. I think like of all the ones that are played the most, the Mystery and the Royal Wedding are the most played, which means that I think that they're actually really good for beginner play, because I think that's where beginners tend to go with them.
But Mighty Bosses is right, like in second place there. So
Yeah.
like that's often common too.
I think the Ghost Know All Your Sins is maybe second place to that. I mean, like people do the Gothic one a lot.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
not-
we'd have to do a survey because War with Belez played a lot, Kaiju's played a lot.
I've
They're all
only
played.
played Kaiju once.
Yeah, but I've played it many times.
That's
All right.
weird. I don't have. Oh, yeah, cool.
Chad, I'm muting us for 1 minute because of something unrelated. Sorry. Yes. Never mind. Everything's fine.
Okay. After all discussion, I think my vote is for the Enchanted Isle.
I like it too. Go back to the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is
What
that
do you
a
think,
total
Trish?
agreement?
It's
Triffid?
unacceptable. It's that or the mystery of the missing Lorena for me. But I'm fine with Enchanted Isle if that's the majority.
Sure, let's do it.
Let's do it.
So you'll have all these plots awaiting you for a different game. And of course, all the expansions that will be coming.
Yes,
Of course.
absolutely.
Yes.
So the way this works out is that we're going to have a little, another one of these things where we have speak. I think, Greg, you went first last time, so we'll start with...
That's not quite right, Classicor. It's not about my favorite way to roll a burrito. Very close, though. And also, hi, Big Boss. Welcome, welcome, Big Boss. We now have Germany, Ukraine, and Greece represented in chat, just for starters.
Amazing.
Sorry.
So,
bring it to me.
whenever you're ready, Zach, just read number 1 there.
Okay. Odd reports have been coming from Espada's staunchest ally, Mariposas.
Among many unsettling rumors, a floating village, babies replaced by coconuts in their cribs, choirs of singing snakes, and cows that give fire instead of milk.
Mariposas has always been strange, but not this strange.
La Reina is sending you to Mariposas to find out what is behind all this strangeness and set things back to normal, if normal is possible.
Or, perhaps, there is a way to make the weirdness in Mariposas lucrative for Espada.
It's time to set sail for the Enchanted Isle. Just be sure you don't get enchanted yourself.
So what we're going to do now is engage in a little bit of prophecy. And it's so fitting, Lucia, that you're going to go first here. We're going to do the same mechanic here as before, where you're going to play scribe to Lucia, and we'll keep rotating around this way. What you're going to do is you're going to pick one of these 6 cards. And the basic premise is La Reina has asked all of you to use your connection to the benefactors to find out more information about what's happening there. So you're going to pick one of these 6 information cards, pick a card from Destino, and then interpret the card. But what you're granted is not an answer from the benefactors. You're granted a vision. So when you're giving your response, you won't say the benefactors told me. What you'll say is like, I see, and then tell us what you see. I hear. And so it's basically very much, Lucia, like you do, an interpretation of a dream. This is
A
these are the
download.
things- These are the things that happen in the dream. Interpretation you could leave for later. You don't have to worry about interpreting. You could just be like, these are the things that I was given in a vision in response to my question. So read these over.
And these are Lorena's questions
Yeah,
that
these are
she
the
wants
ones-
you to answer.
Right.
Okay. And the
Okay.
benefactors is just another word for the aliens/devils.
That's
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, we each have a benefactor that changed us. Like a, think of them as
Specific
a
person.
caseworker.
Yeah.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
So
I
these
hope
are
we can get to that. There's a funny ending to the game.
these are all questions from the king and the queen, and I'm going to guess one of them to have visions about.
That's right.
Okay, how is all this weirdness spreading? How are the benefactors involved? Who unleashed magic they did not understand? What is the most troubling uncanny phenomenon that has been reported? Where in Mariposas is the epicenter of these strange events? How are Mariposan authorities responding?
So pick one, and then pick a card from Destino.
Well, we're probably on a journey, so I think probably all the other answers will come from where in Mariposas is the epicenter of these strange events.
Great. And so we'll turn this over to indicate it's used.
Faith is the only satiety. So I'll say in the capital of Mariposas there is a cathedral, and I'm having visions of this cathedral with benefactors who don't quite look like the benefactors we've seen. It's all shimmery and wavery, so something weird is going on, but I see people talking to these not quite benefactors, and then just a wave of chaotic colors spreading out from the cathedral along the land.
Very similar to what came out of Garganta, I bet.
There's more than one Garganta.
That's cool.
So talking to the benefactors, then from those conversations, wave this, or it's-
That's my thought. You know, first I see weird benefactors, then I see chaotic colors spreading out along the land of Mariposa. So that, you know, as far as inferences go, that's a pretty natural one that these caused it.
Don't follow the lights.
the cathedral lies in the center, with aliens looking strangely shimmering and wavering. The benefactors look strangely. People talk to these not quite benefactors, and from these meetings, chaotic colors and strangeness spread.
Great.
Should we only do... I'm not sure how many other parts of the storytelling section there are like this. Should we only partially do this section so that we can more quickly get to the next?
We have to do them all mechanically.
Okay.
We might not get to the end of the game, but we can talk about the end of the game as
Okay.
our wrap up.
Okay.
Like what the mechanics do, because unless I dropped out as a player, which I could, and that will shorten the game, that I'm happy to do that.
I don't think that's
No.
fun, though. I
No,
think
yeah.
Okay.
I was
Yeah.
thinking, like, for example, if there's 5 of us, and so therefore we need to answer 5 questions, what if we just answer 3 questions?
Right.
It's a good thought. It's because mechanically these visions turn into orders, and each one of us has an order to fulfill.
okay.
And the win situation is if we fulfill our orders
Oh.
before we die.
There you go.
So it's a mechanical, and yeah, but that's
That's
fine.
it.
We're very
Yeah.
optimistic. I think you're all going to TPK in like 2 seconds.
It's quite easy to fail, and more fun. Well, I don't know if it's more fun to fail or win. Both are really fun. So, all right, pick a question.
I will take, how is all this weirdness spreading?
Huh.
I'll take this one. The mouth has too many jobs.
Oh. Ew.
Wow. It was the
Wow.
second ooh that I'm like, oh,
Well, I mean-
yeah.
Well, it's your... Yeah.
Download. The aliens are talking to you.
Yeah, yikes is right, Klesinger.
What I see, especially going off of this
Yeah.
from before, is that these conversations are happening and the strangeness is emerging. And it's from spoken word that these things emerge.
Ah.
And things that are spoken suddenly become real.
Oh.
And more so, people gain this ability to speak things into reality.
Oh my gosh.
Can you give us a vision for that, like an
Yes.
example vision?
Okay. What were some of the examples in the there was cows.
Cows
With
giving
fire.
fire instead of milk.
Snakes,
There was
snakes
singing choirs of snakes.
Floating
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 Village.
village, yeah.
So do you have an image of somebody saying something and then something happening? Perhaps.
There's someone in their house sitting who says they wish their home was far from this island. And all of the houses of the village begin to drift into the air and around.
Just start
floating
slowly
away.
drifting
The
away.
sequel to Up. It's happening.
It seems that this wish has given way to reality in its strange way.
I love that. So that's definitely like they're giving you images and you can interpret them later. Like I think you started with the interpretation. Both are legitimate, but it's like the weirdness of the images will like create a lot of cool, awesome storytelling. There we go.
Yes, a fire cow, Big Boss.
Yeah, I
A
was
fire
thinking
cow.
too, okay, if that's true, who said, man, this cow's milk's like fire?
Spicy milk.
This is some
should I keep
spicy
that?
milk.
I wish this came preheated.
There you go.
Okay.
The newest
Somebody
pre-pasteurized
hand me a
method.
Destiny. Any Destiny. Thanks. The question is, what is the most troubling, uncanny phenomenon that has been reported so far? Will you hand this to Greg?
I will.
Thank you.
Oh, my benefactor, what is the most troubling, uncanny phenomenon that has been reported so far? This librarian asks as she stares out a window, and the benefactor goes, and like downloads full of images. So let's see here. How perfect the poem before it is written. It's an Ire card. All right. One of the most disturbing things is that we know Garganta. Let's see. So Garganta. Okay. So I have a vision of Garganta, and then and I have a vision of this glowing crystal monolith whirling with it, and then Garganta, which has always been just southwest of Espada, starts moving toward Mariposas.
Oh.
And my vision is Garganta surrounds Mariposas until Mariposas is the epicenter of Garganta. So it's surrounded by a whirlpool, and where the cathedral was in the capital city of Mariposas, suddenly a crystal tower erupts, and the cathedral unfolds like a flower around it,
Huh.
and it's replaced by the spire of the glowing crystal. That's upsetting.
Yeah. I think that could.
Yeah, no, that's a vision.
Okay, Garganta and a crystal monolith starts moving towards Mariposas, then surrounds the island, and a crystal tower replaces the cathedral.
Yeah. Like the cathedral's still there, it's just
Oh,
folded around it.
Right.
It's like here a wall just peeled down like a petal, and like all of the frescoes are still there but distorted.
Very-
The stained glass has become like leaves, you know?
Very Dark Souls. Surrounds it.
I don't
Crystal
know Dark
tower.
Souls.
Oh, sorry.
It's
well,
Okay, cool.
right? Now we just need some. Something goes wrong. Okay, Crystal Tower is now in the center of the cathedral, which has.
Folded down like a flower.
Yeah, folded down like fire. Yeah, that's how it's like
How would you describe that?
flower.
It's melted like a Dali clock.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
You go to the back.
Yeah, go to the back there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So these are
I
your
can use my-
remaining.
Oh, okay. I
Questions
defy
here?
you a pen.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Want to hand him them? Just so he has the
That's
choices.
now.
Yeah. So you get, these are your three.
I think I know the one that I'm interested in.
Oh, you. Sorry.
Yeah, who unleashed magic they did not understand? Well, actually, are they responding? Okay with that. Are the benefits involved? Yeah, I'm going to use this. right. So my thought about this is very quickly mechanical question. The who unleashed magic they did not understand. Can this be the assumed question? That is to say, it's possible that they very much understand the magic, but we, we're because the thing that I'm imagining is going to be someone who may or may not have known what they were doing when this magic
This is
happened.
Lorraine.
This is what the queen asked. It doesn't mean she's even right asking the question.
Okay. All right. Okay, so who unleashed magic they did not understand is that. And there cannot be a soul. There must be a soul. Okay.
All the irate cards are coming to play.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pulling them out
exactly.
Except we didn't have any before.
Which is fun for Mariposas. It's such an airy fairy sort of place.
So, I think the vision that I have from my benefactor, in line with the, this is up my alley, right? I'm just like, oh, some crazy thing is happening, something that must have some scientific or divine inspiration in, creation, and I have to figure out why. I think the image I have is that when the crystal tower rises in the middle of the cathedral, simultaneous to this, and perhaps a far away distance on the island, a rough beast slouches towards Bethlehem to be born. Specifically, a crystal child is kneeling down to heal someone that is ill. And initially, they are just a person just sort of trying to give them, but when the crystal tower rises, this person suddenly is able to literally sort of reach out, touch the child, and you almost feel the crystal child absorbing the sickness as the person they're trying to heal becomes well. And when they do this, there's a little bit of almost crystalline sparkling about them as this happens.
The one who's healed?
No, the one who did the healing. So this is the crystal child became crystalline in that moment.
Yeah. You saw the vision, the origin story.
The origin.
So it was just a child before, and when the crystal tower rose, every time it got, it's so great. I have chills, look at my chills. Hold on. The crystal child.
Okay.
Child is this one.
Santa Ambrita.
Yeah, Santa Ambrita.
Okay. So I've written, a child is kneeling down to heal someone that is ill. When the crystal tower arrives, the child becomes crystal, the possible origin of Santa Ambrita as a healer.
Amazing.
Okay.
One
Take
more.
that.
Zach, you have
I
two
take
questions
this.
to choose from.
I know which one I'm choosing. It's this one. Because I am a authority of where I'm from. So I choose, how are Mariposan authorities responding, if they are responding? And I ask for something for my benefactor, which says, nature was unprepared for your cruelty.
Oh,
For you
Mariposa.
individually, you specifically.
Yeah, so what I then see is a vision of Mariposan authorities. When the cows give fire, they slaughter the cows. When the snakes sing, they kill the snakes. And so Mariposan authorities, in my vision, are responding with fear and desperation.
We don't get it, kill it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And
The houses float, they bombard the houses.
Exactly. And so, yeah, and so in the sense of nature was unprepared for your cruelty, the things that are being cruel are the Mariposans.
Yeah.
So they are, out of their own fear and lack of understanding, lashing out with their defenses. Maybe another thing that I see as part of this vision too is why such violence. And I see a secret stockpile of cannons and weapons of war, as Mariposa had been preparing to defend itself from either of the warring nations, just in case, but now these weapons have been turned to defend themselves against these strange creations.
Oh no.
So I see a vision of a possible secret that Mariposa was hoping to keep, that they were trying to rise to become the third world power, but now have to use those assets to defend themselves.
Chills! Major chills!
So yeah, we'll take these cards and give Triffid a moment here.
Here's this for you, Carlos,
Yep, yep.
and I'll just take those.
Thank you.
This is awesome. I'm so excited about
Yeah,
this.
this is cool.
Alright, I said Mariposa tried to kill all the, quote, unnatural, unquote, apparitions. Cruelty comes out of fear, and a secret stockpile is turned against their new threat, end quote.
Great.
Fantastic.
You're very good at it.
Very succinct.
Yeah. It's almost
Okay.
like you're an editor for me.
Okay, folks. So you've told La Reina your visions. She wants you to do something about it. So what each of you is going to do is look over the prophecy that you've given. And on here, you're going to write down the end of the sentence that stipulates the one sentence order that the Queen gives you to accomplish based on that. So basically, your sentence will begin with some variant of you shall. And so the Queen hears this like, oh my, well, you shall, and she tells you in one sentence. Quick rule about how you write the sentence: no ands allowed. You may not use the word and. It is one order only. Please do not use your erudition and punctuation to use semicolons or dodge the rule.
Dot, dot, dot. Or
Yeah,
perhaps dot,
exactly.
dot, dot. And
You
then
really
dot,
want
dot,
to keep
dot.
it very simple. It's like it's the best thing for yourself. The
Right. What you
simplest
want to
rule.
do is write one simple order that is, and these become our win conditions. So basically, as we play the game, each of you is going to be trying to accomplish
Awesome.
your order. So from the vision comes the order. So look at what prophecy you've given the Queen, and then each of you is going to fill in one of these. And basically, this is the contract. You shall, and with all due haste shall, and furthermore shall, and still further shall, and as required shall. And then at the bottom of the contract says, to accomplish the task listed above, the signatories hereby swear to use every resource available to them to obey the dictates of La Reina both in letter and in spirit, and to, if need be, sacrifice their lives in the service and protection of their beloved espada. And each of you in character will sign your names at the bottom. So we'll start again here with Lucia. What does the Queen order you to do based on the vision you shared?
Also, high configuration, Queen.
Oh,
Good
hello.
to see you. Just came in. The crystal child taking the sickness is not suffering to take away others' miseries a la Omelas. No. In fact, allegedly, the crystal child is hungry, and the illness satiates the child at the same time that it heals the other person.
Yeah,
She
imagine
goes
they
away
let
happy.
Yeah, imagine they let the child out of the closet in Omelas, and the kid's like, "I hungry," and then starts eating disease.
The ones who ran the hell away from Omelas.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
All right, so
Thank you, Hart.
so my vision was about the cathedral and stuff spreading out from it, but also the Queen picks up on these are not quite benefactors, so she's going to view them as a rival and a threat. And her command to me is to find out how to get rid of these false benefactors.
Yeah, so you shall get rid of the false benefactors. Is what
Yes.
you should write down.
Very cool.
So obviously I guess the sense was Western. These orders are not secret then. So
No,
we're
no, no.
aware
In
of
fact, you all have knowledge that you're all wizards and you're all accomplishing these orders. You're helping each other.
We're now an adventuring party.
Okay, got it. So there's not a you shall destroy your fellow wizards.
Right.
Really, that's
You
the
can have
knowledge.
secret agendas if you want to, but all players know your secret agendas.
Gotcha.
Our music stopped again.
Ah,
All right. So
another
because,
hour has passed.
Yes.
because it's coming from spoken word, my order will be to silence those speaking these things into existence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, scary.
There it is.
And I guess here's another thing to
Whatever
say.
means necessary.
Exactly.
Here's one thing to say is that we're given these orders by our Queen. The win condition is accomplishing these orders. That doesn't mean our wizards want to or will according to their character.
Right. You might decide to alter the order, betray your queen, and deal with consequences later.
But if you alter the order and you still accomplish it, that's still a win condition. But it will have narrative consequences. So just keep that in mind.
Altering the deal.
Yeah.
Silence the speakers of creation. And furthermore shall surround crack the crystal monolith to dust.
Dang.
I'm My name means dust. Cleaner of dust.
Oh, I love that.
It's appropriate for you, Adora.
That's right. You were made for this.
Get rid of the false pregnant. I'll do haste, shall silence the speakers of creation. And furthermore, shall crack the crystal monolith to dust. And still further, shall bring back the crystal child.
Oh no! Protect the child! Protect her!
Espada does not need healers, right?
Dang. Literal kidnapping.
Okay. And my vision was about, let's see, it was about I have to remember, yes, Mariposans try to kill all the unnatural
Mary
apparitions. Cruelty comes out of fear, secret stockpile. So mine shall be something to do with the secret stockpile. I suppose, and as required, shall gain control of the secret stockpile.
Requisitions.
Yeah. I'm trying to decide whether or not to add in the additive of, like, use the secret stockpile against the Mariposans. Because it's almost like you're indicating destroying the crystal's a big move, at least in my opinion.
You can, I feel like you can keep it to one order and we can role play the rest.
Okay.
Or have it as an understanding between us.
Okay.
There's a synergy there. You destroy it with the stockpile.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just like, I
maybe.
mean,
So I'll say, and as required, shall gain control, or I'll rather say acquire,
it's interesting it says as required.
and as required, you shall acquire.
Requisition the Mariposan stockpile.
Yeah, I like that wording better.
Acquired. No.
We're
Rec-
saving you,
Gain,
Mariposas.
No. Steal.
Yeah.
No.
From themselves, because otherwise we would have to destroy them.
Clearly, they can't control it.
Yeah.
They're not in control.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously.
Espadan has your back.
We are their salvation through destruction. That's always worked out.
Stupid Earth.
Okay, so I wrote, and as required, shall requisition the Mariposan military stockpile.
Sign your names, folks.
Okay.
In character, of course.
Ha! I know what I'm gonna do. I just got the idea.
Dusty thumbprint.
No. Her name is Limpiadora del Povo. She's gonna sign it Adora Universa.
Oh.
I'm sure you guys do a picture of a starfish.
Is it
I was
Universa?
thinking
Is
of
that
some
the
flair,
word
but
Yeah, like
for
a
the
wave.
universe?
No.
What's the word for universe? I'll look it
You
up.
have to destroy Mariposa in order to save it. Exactly.
Right.
Configuration queen. Sometimes.
Just in Spanish. So what is universe?
I want to say like cosmos, like almost the same word.
El Universo.
Oh,
So
so
I'll sign it Adora del Universo.
yeah, okay.
Which may or may not be my legal signature.
In chat, we've played this on Roll20 many times, but one of the things I love playing in person is this moment here where everybody signs their
that's
name.
very cool. Very official.
Oh, I just used your pen. This is my pen.
I like Deverado's signatures, just Deverado.
And it just says right after it, why don't I come to my senses?
Sitting on fence.
Why must I sit on fences?
Folks, these are your orders, these are your win conditions.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to decide as a group which order you're going to try to accomplish first, and maybe even establish a kind of sensible order of like, we should do this first, and then this first, and then this first. The way that you accomplish orders is by either using your magic or your wits to do so. So basically it goes like this. You set a scene, we're going to have this set the scene card, and it's going to be like, okay, so we're in the capital of Espada, and each of you is going to go around, take the set the scene card, it gives you suggestions of things that you can talk about, and you're going to add one or even more things about like what's going on in that scene. You can talk about your personal wizard, you can talk about buildings, you can talk about smells, just whatever you want to do to build out the scene together. But then, the person whose order it is the protagonist of that scene, and the protagonist's job is to basically resolve make the thing. So like you're gonna talk with everybody and be like, all right, here's my plan. I think with my magic I can do this. Or you could be like, oh, I think I have a plan, like a smart way to do this, or we're just gonna go in there and fist fight. Like whatever idea you have, that's going to be how you're going to try to accomplish that order. Then you role play it out. After you role play it out, you're going to role play, reach a moment where this is the crux. This is where the order will or will not be accomplished. You draw a card from Destino. If the card matches one of the cards on your character sheet, success, and you narrate success, your order is accomplished, and you get to turn over your protagonist card. If you also, in doing so, used your magic, you turn over your magic card. So basically, the win condition is basically accomplish all the orders, but also everybody has to do all three of these things. You have to be a protagonist once and successfully use your magic once and play an NPC at least once. So Greg, if you were going to go first, Triffid, you might be like, oh, okay, I know, I can play the surly soldier that you need in this scene or whatever, and you just would create an NPC at that point to do it. That's if it succeeds. But if it didn't have a match, a couple of things happen. All of them bad. Well, not all of them. There's one silver lining. But first of all, this coin starts moving. So you see, it's going to start here on the start location here. The coin starts moving towards the hilt. If ever the coin is buried to the hilt, destruction, utter ruin. It's the only place where characters can actually die, but it can be, not only that, your whole nation can be destroyed. Just the apocalypse that you can imagine happens at this moment. But so like two things happen. One, we move down a slot here. So the three things, it says care, caution, danger, death. So one, it moves down, but it also flips over. And on the back, it says, "Ay, Diosa mia, a complication has emerged." So when a complication emerges, that means that something, Greg, to use you as an example, if you had this card here, first of all, something specifically not good would happen to you, your character. Nothing killing you or anything, but it could be pretty bad. But also, the order remains unresolved. Now it has to be up to someone else in the party to resolve the complication before the order can go back to Greg and he can try to resolve it fully.
Okay.
To resolve, you can use either your magic or your wits. So somebody else could be like, my power would be perfect to use here to try to intercede on Greg's behalf, and then you use it, and then you do another test. So, if we, kind of like this here, and Zach, you were resolving it, you've got a match here, it's like, okay, great. So we have to resolve complications before we can resolve orders. Now, you don't have to even remain in the scene if you don't want to. Like, if it's going to be like, I'm in trouble, you can do sort of like a montage or a cut and be like, okay, so Greg got imprisoned last scene, now we're going to try to break him out of prison. That can resolve the complication in that way.
Okay.
So you don't have to stay
carry
in the
over
same
from
scene.
scene to scene.
Yeah, it carries over. There is a silver lining, though. When you fail a check, you're going to hold on to this card temporarily. So anytime you fail a check, you get more chances to succeed the next time as cards pile up. So this is 4 right now, but it will be 5. And then, if you fail again, this will be 6. But eventually it will become easier for you to actually resolve the scene. So basically, what you need to do is decide who's going to go first here and which order you want to try to accomplish first. Who's going to be the first protagonist?
Yeah, let's see the orders, and somebody can write down order of operations on the order sheet if you want.
But you don't have to decide all of them now. Also, you can just decide who's going to go first.
Yeah. So the orders are to get rid of the false benefactors, the false devils, silence the speakers of creation. You shall oracle the crystal
Crack?
Crack. Oh, that perfectly looks like oracle to me.
That's my writing, yeah.
Crack the crystal monolith to dust, bring back the crystal child, and requisition the Mariposa military stockpile. So my thought is bringing back the crystal child is probably one of the last things that we do as we leave. Or would it be considered success if we acquire the crystal child but don't bring them back yet?
You could narrativize the rest of it, so yeah.
Yeah.
Success is highly interpretable. So are these orders.
Okay. Getting rid of the false benefactors has to do with the crystal. Destroying the crystal also seems like a big thing. If we destroy the crystal first, that might shake up the rest of Mariposa.
And we
which
might want to
be helpful.
requisition the stuff in case we need it to help destroy the crystal.
Yeah. So I'm thinking requisition first, or
Also, our wizards, this is not like D&D, our wizards can split up because we each have to play NPCs anyway. It is better to have a couple wizards on each thing, probably. But that's just so you know that the orders, like, one or two people can go off and accomplish certain orders that don't seem to have to do with other orders.
okay. So yeah, what are your guys' thoughts though?
Well, I think Lucia would immediately start looking at various futures, what order of operations looks best. And also, you know, what are we gonna do? Go straight in toward the cathedral, or are we gonna land some coastal place and talk to people first?
scouts.
Or
It sounds like for the first scene, if Lucia was protagonist, she'd have an opportunity to use her magic straight off and flip her magic card.
Oh,
Yeah, and just start getting a sense of how it works. And remember, once your magic works, that becomes the law. So you get to establish what you say is actually what's happening right now. So you establish law by using power
but
successfully.
you can only use your magic card once.
No, you can use your magic repeatedly, but you only have to win the game, use your magic successfully once.
At least once.
And it has to be successful use of magic, not your magic could work, but it could go astray or
Right.
wild. But it has to be a match, basically, mechanically a match. And I would say that I could use my magic also to teleport us all in it if we can get close enough. I have I can have 6 teleports or 5 teleports, but so if you tell us what we should do first, we can montage us to get there, and I can see if my magic works to teleport us in, as far as that kind of order of operations.
I like the idea of you foretelling first. So does that mean that we're starting with her order?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
The magic is separate from orders.
So could we just start with this action and not necessarily be going towards any of the orders yet?
No, you still need a protagonist. So you need somebody whose order you're trying to accomplish first.
Okay. But then she could be the first action.
Yeah,
in
you
that.
could still
Okay.
make that the first action.
right.
Requisitions?
Yeah, that seems like, I mean, and it's my order, so I would love to have it done first, of course. Any dissenting opinions?
No, it makes sense.
Okay.
So then you would say, Zach, what is your plan? So like it includes obviously Lucia
Okay.
prophesying.
Yeah. Nara will say that the plan is to have you foretell where the stockpile is being held, and then I'm thinking of the best ways to get you all involved would be,
And remember, not everybody has to be involved. Some people
Yeah,
might play
sure.
NPCs.
I think once you identify or once you foretell where it is
and what the password is, or
and what
whatever.
the password or how we find it, then you teleport us there, and I imagine it's going to be guarded. So I am perfectly capable in combat if necessary, because it's likely that weapons of war are being guarded by people of war. And then you are good at telling the past or something that has happened.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something there that you could find out, like who is in control in the nation, or like who ordered the
Stockpiling.
stockpile to be
The
created,
stockpile in the first place, sure.
by like sensing the past of the weapons,
Or by
something.
by having it recreate who brought the stockpile in.
Right.
You'd be able to see the
Exactly.
people, and you have some supervisor or something.
And then
And you two have similar, like, you have to silence the people speaking, and you have to figure out the weird benefactors, right?
Right.
So, like, the benefactors are making the people into wizards, and so both of you together would have to work once we're on the island to, if you are going to want to do that, to figure it out.
Yeah, if some of us need to split off from this combat to go and accomplish other things.
Yeah.
yeah, I think Nara's idea for you is to be an additional combatant and to use your powers to, in particular, wither things that are a threat.
That's
So-
cool.
Yeah.
We could do the first scene on the boat, like right outside the big whirlpool, like right before I teleport. We have to figure out where to teleport.
Yep.
Or we could decide to set the scene there.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, that could be the set the scene. But then also, each of you, just remember, it sounds like everybody's going to be in scene.
Yeah.
You could play your wizards and NPCs at the same time. So
Okay.
you're not locked into one character.
With the exception of the protagonist of that scene.
That's
Alright.
exactly right. You can't play an NPC this round.
Okay.
Everyone else, like if you need soldiers to fight against or characters, diplomats, whatever you need,
Yeah.
you can all play that. So this is the set the scene card. Starting with you, Zach, you're just going to say what is happening around the whirlpool, etc.
Okay. So, the protagonist starts by describing the scene in one or more sentences. Then they pass this card to their left, and that player gives one or more sentences of description. Go around until every player has contributed to the scene. Inspirations would be layout, weather, mood, objects of interest, sound, smells. So this is setting the scene. So we'll say that we are on the ship. This ship is my ship that is the one I commandeer on behalf of the Royal Navy, essentially. And so it has a crew of sailors and so on. We'll say that the weather, as we are getting closer and closer to Mariposas, is getting very stormy. And that's about it. And the ship's name is the Lady Vengeance.
Lady Vengeance.
Lady bitch.
Yeah.
That's what's pretzels
Okay. Well, you would think being in such turbulent waters, with the whirlpool and the gathering storm clouds and everything, you would think that the noise of the storm and the ocean waves would be the most predominant sound. But in fact, you hear a high-pitched, ringing, chiming noise, and you realize that the crystal is singing, and you can hear it from here.
Whoa.
That's cool.
Don't cry for me, Mother Closer.
And from this ringing, all of the characters have this growing sense of disorientation with where they are or what they're thinking. And as things become more and more cloudy as we go towards it, up here it gets cloudier as well.
Okay.
You can only wonder what happens once we're there.
Except for Adora, who, the closer she, first is her first time off of frickin' Perla, the capital city island, her first time where she feels that her potential is beginning to be unlocked, her first major challenge to use this power she's begged for and sold her soul for. And as she hears the crystal, it's like as if the clouds that have always been in front of her, obscuring her, as if the storms that have always prevented her from entry are parting. And so, like, rather than seeing the storm and feeling confusion, everything's getting, like, so, like, super, super focused. And, like, that sound becomes, like, this wildly exhilarating sound. And she's just, like, thrumming.
Ooh.
And as the ship is sort of making its way, I would say Rodrigo is also able to see when the whirlpool first arrived, when Garganta arrived at Mariposas, and the way that it swept around the island, and whether or not the whirlpool then, it's a little bit hard to see. Were there elements of the whirlpool that shot out somewhere into the center of the island from which the crystal tower then raised up? And so, I don't know. I guess I'm tempted to say something to the effect of that the whirlpool may have generated this crystal tower rather than the other way around.
Okay.
So that's the plot. The narrative is yours, Nara.
Okay. So Nara goes. Well, I don't know where Lucia would be on the ship, but Nara goes to find you.
Okay.
And where would she find you?
I'm a seeress, and I look at the world, and then I see beyond what is to what may be. So I think I would be on the prowl, looking ahead to where we're going.
So you hear the metallic bootsteps of the knight approach from behind you, and this voice that sounds as if it's speaking from underwater through metal, but still loud, like popping, bubbling water, that says, "Cirrus, what do your visions say of the stockpile?" And then now does she do her thing?
So she would pull a card.
Oh, no,
Wait,
let
sorry.
it play.
Yeah, but the decision when you make your magic, that mechanic is pulling a card and matching it. Just so you know, but it can happen any way you want.
It's dark. It's underground. There are torches. I hear the footsteps of guards. As to where the stockpile is, I believe we must land, and I pointed place on the coast here, and that will bring us to the stockpile most quickly.
So let's figure out if you're right.
Okay, so I draw a card.
Draw a card.
Card of Destiny.
Nope.
Only a fool attends a masquerade unmasked, and it matches none of my cards.
So, this is a disaster.
The stockpile is on the boat next to you, and if you just turned around...
Right. So, describe to us what happens to Lugia specifically when she misdiagnoses the situation, and now a complication emerges based on this mistake. You're going to hold on to this card for
Okay.
future checks temporarily.
Now, the prophecy could be right, but something terrible happens to prevent us from going there. Like it could be either that the prophecy is totally wrong and she misinterpreted, or a big complication emerges and that she'd have to try to have another vision to get us there sideways. You know what I mean?
And you can use the card to inspire you.
Because is she the only person who can resolve the complication?
No, she's the only person who can't resolve the
We
complication.
have whatever complication she decides on, we resolve it, and then she tries to do her magic again.
So
Okay.
for example, the place where you said like land here could be completely impassable, rocks, cliffs,
Right.
something like that.
Right, I
So
was
we have to
just-
figure out how to get onto it. You know what I'm
Things
saying?
I was
go
just
very
thinking
wrong.
along those lines. I picked the most direct route, but it goes through a swamp or something like that.
Yeah. All right, so we have to
And
figure out how to
then
get there.
once we resolve her complication, she tries again. Does she have to try again?
She doesn't have to try again because it's not her scene. So the only problem that you would have to try to resolve is eventually you've got to get around this complication so that you can try to enact your...
Yeah, I can't fulfill my order until the complication's over.
Right.
Okay.
So describe, just make it official now, describe what happens.
Right. So we land. It's sort of a mangrove area.
Oh.
There are trees going into the water. There's hardly anywhere to pull up a boat unless we just tie it to a tree.
Great. This is a very a very Spanish complication.
And we realize that going through here, we're going to be wading through the waters, brown water that is probably infested with leeches and stuff, and it's going to be very, very slow going. It'll probably take us a month to travel what would take a week anywhere else.
All right. I can try to fix this. I can try to teleport us to the exact location that you mentioned. I can do this 10 times, so I can get us there and get us out. But I can't do it more than that. So we'll have to be very sparing or come back a different way. So we'll make sure to send the boat around to a natural harbor or bay, perhaps. Can you describe more deeply about this underground place? Are there any specific landmarks or like a mural on the wall or a shape of a door that as the clearer your vision can tell me where to go, the clearer I can try to transport us there?
Right, so I try to zoom out my vision, so I'm not just looking at the stockpile, but I'm looking at the formation where it is, and it is underneath a castle in the capital city, close to the cathedral.
Is that another magic draw, or is it
No, because the next complication will be somebody else. So
Okay.
yes, it's just when Claire now.
Yeah, we
tries
don't
to-
pile complications on.
Okay.
So
I just since I'm standing nearby, I might say, if I may, Senorita, and I don't ignore you, but I'm very much like, there's another option, and I look at you, and I swear to God, it's Darrow.
Devil.
It is. I looked at him like Devo.
Yeah, exactly.
You must
Funny
whip it. Devo,
stack
you must
hat,
whip it.
you
No.
know, so,
But I say, there is, of course, a land here that you can see itself has been injured, harmed in some way. There's a swamp here. You could fix this, yes? You could bring it back to the way it was before the trees infested this area of the shore, and then we land the boat, and you can preserve your power.
it's a natural mangrove. There's nothing wrong with this place.
You may think it's natural. It is not what I have seen in it.
The bones of the land once were above this. It can be risen.
Do what you will, of course.
It
You
is-
would anyway.
It is whatever
Yeah.
whatever one's wishes.
Nora says, for what it is worth, teleporting is often the fastest way to reach somewhere.
It is. We would still have to travel, say, a long time.
A week.
A week.
Fair.
So shall I? She's very happy.
She's very snippety.
Yeah.
Like just
Now-
totally was dismissed.
Is there an authority in
Do
this
something
situation?
50 times more complicated
Would it be the
and
person
less efficient.
whose complication it is?
You
or...
roleplay this.
Okay, so we have to figure it out.
Figure what out? What are you supposed to do?
What option we're gonna choose? Nara will say, "This is given that we are pursuing my order first. I would wager that it's my decision, and I think teleporting would be the quickest way. Why wither or change what we need not even pass through? If you say you can get us there, then get us there."
I can try to get us there with the powers at my disposal. Anything might happen, as we saw with our great Cirrus.
Of course.
Captain, I'll do what you tell me to.
We don't actually have to stay together, but I don't see much point in splitting up right now because we're all going to want to get to the capital.
I agree.
All right, so I'll unclasp the orrery from my chatelaine, and often it just looks like brass and like marble, like semi-precious gemstones, like just planets revolving around like an Earth center, because at this point we don't think the sun is the center of the universe. But this time, it sort of resolved itself, so the center looks like a monolithic crystal that glows slightly, and then like around looks like a watery whirlpool, and there's like a little like zing, zing, like on an outer edge just inside the whirlpool around the edge, which kind of represents us. And I'm gonna just like look at it and concentrate on us, and then imagine us close to, and then like if I like looking closer, there's like around the glowing crystal, there's like some stone unfolded, and then there's like a castle, like I could, like it's sort of like changing shape according to my imagination. And I'm imagining us below the castle, like the bright moat, like the particle is moving. So that's what I'm going to try to imagine. And I'm going to really, really try to teleport us there, friends. It's an ire screwing us over. It doesn't work.
Oh.
No.
There is no truth, only wagers. Now, I'll say that
Yeah, exactly.
it does teleport us.
Yeah.
Into dirt, we all die.
We even wanted to go to a cathedral, and this is like, this is definitely cathedral-esque. Let's see though. I'd imagined trying to go beneath a castle, and instead, there's some swords here. Instead, I teleport us straight into the barracks of the Mariposan army,
Great.
like into their mess hall.
So we don't get a second.
On the table.
Trust.
Do not go to Camelot. It's a silly place.
So we've now, moved to this point here. The complication has still not been resolved.
Tremendous.
It's a tremendously bad
Going
start.
super well.
But yeah, let's see what can happen.
Now I can try to teleport us and use my second and last charge elsewhere immediately, or we could try to resolve it
You could.
differently.
Right back to the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I could just try to do it again
No,
beneath
I know,
the
I know.
castle.
Yeah.
I could try to resolve it because it's still your scene, so all of us do have to resolve the complications. I could try again, or somebody else could try to resolve this.
Right.
I think at this point it's got to be you. I think.
I mean, unless he wants to wither the entire Mariposan army, for example, or whatever. All right.
Weren't you saying, Carlos, though, that the person who creates the complication can't be the person who resolves it?
No, it's the person who is the.
We're still trying to resolve the initial complication.
Yeah, we're still trying to
right?
resolve the
So-
other one. So like you don't stack complications. So the initial complication is
This one works.
this
Okay.
one.
So, thrones make children of us all. In fact, I do teleport us underneath the castle, right beneath the throne room.
Okay.
So this goes back. This gets discarded. I
Yeah,
don't
all
have
the extra
extras.
cards go away. You just keep your original 4.
So we find ourselves right beneath the throne room, and we can tell because there's like a trap door behind the throne, so if they need to get the Mariposan Royal out quickly, if there's an attack, there's like a secret tunnel that they can just go down the trap door. So that's where we find ourselves, and we hear the court proceedings above. We can hear all of that. So which means that the scene is back to the protagonist.
That's right, and you've used your magic
And
successfully.
I have used my magic successfully, and
Okay.
this is where we find ourselves.
All right.
Okay.
So, so I just narrate into being what is next, basically.
Yeah, you basically pick up the narrative. I mean, again, collectively, like you can all
You can set the
role
scene
play.
again. Everybody can just spin around. What is this new place like? We
Yeah.
can just do a one-off.
Or I could start
Sure.
narrating.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll say that as we are under the throne room, we can hear the court proceeding above us. And there's a series of tunnels down here that maybe the next problem at hand is navigating these tunnels to the actual, unmarked door where the stockpile chamber is or something. And so as we're down here, I imagine too that these tunnels are being guarded, and this is definitely unlike the mess hall where maybe we could have talked ourselves out of that, like, hello friendly, like we're just in your mess hall. We're in a restricted we're in a restricted location right now, and so it's likely that we would be apprehended or attempts at our arrest would be made down here. So essentially we have sort of a stealth mission to still kind of following your visions, which were you had to zoom out in order to see that part. So you do know the zoomed in part. You torches, footfalls, right?
Right.
So maybe you are able to direct us to the door that we need, but the problem is getting to the door that we need.
You mentioned a little scout in the form of a sea urchin,
Yeah.
perhaps? Or you could flood the tunnels and drive
could.
everybody. Oh, there's so many things. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's true. I like that idea. I say, guard me, and the armor will just sort of collapse.
I'll
as-
collect it and carry
as
it.
As water begins to basically like flow through the tunnels and spread down all entrances as I search for the right entrance.
Cool.
So now I would make a magic.
Yeah, and this
Okay.
will be, determining the success of the entire scene.
Okay.
As the protagonist.
Great. And then how do we, because I could just say, like, instead of all that description I did, I could have just said, and it so happens that the door to the stockpile room is right next to the throne room.
You
and
could-
I open the door, and
Right.
it's right there.
You could say those things, but you still need to get out of the scene with a magic check or a wits check.
I see.
So there's
Okay.
no escaping, like, there has to be a climactic moment, and that wouldn't be it.
Okay, got it.
Is a wits check mechanically different from a magic check?
Only that you wouldn't flip over your magic card, but sometimes narratively it doesn't make sense. Like, your magic doesn't really apply in that
Okay.
moment, so you might use your magic in a different situation.
Anybody can use their magic at any time, versus a protagonist just has to actually resolve their order.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I will attempt.
You can do it. You can do it.
I succeed.
Yep.
Woo!
What are your organs plotting?
Oh, the organs you spread all over.
I set my liver down the third.
Yeah.
So this
So-
means your order is accomplished, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So basically, now you narrate all the way to the end of the scene, and other people can contribute to that narration.
Okay.
Which means he'll also be able to
And-
flip his protagonist at the end.
Great.
That's right.
Okay.
And you are so in this game, you can. That's our out of time timer.
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah. So in this
Dang.
game, you could
Oh, yeah.
you could resolve your order in as little as a single check.
That's right.
Okay.
We can go 10 minutes. It's like 5 minutes away from here. That's okay.
It's good. It shows the whole failure and success mechanic. That's a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
But
got a
let's-
lot of other failure mechanics.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so, yeah.
So, yes, eventually, through my tunneling of water, I at times too maybe can even direct my water to disobey the laws of gravity, and so
Yeah.
as a guard is walking down the tunnel way, one stream of water just like skirts by, goes up the wall, and then streams on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then eventually, as I search through rooms, just water kind of going under the cracks of doors, looking in, nope, that's storage. Looking in, no, that's portraits, and finding maybe other secrets. Eventually, I do smell gunpowder in the air, and eventually one of the streams contacts this room, and then assuming then this has fully resolved my order, I then maintain a stream from under the throne room all the way to the right door, and then through a single gurgling, bubbling, tiny little, all right, it is this way. As you hear this little, because all that remains is I'm very, very
Right.
severely split, is just this tiny little droplet of water that will slowly guide you guys, and then is sort of, there's that one Tom Cruise movie where he's able to see back through time over and over.
Minority
and over.
Report.
No,
never
it's
mind.
Tomorrow is Yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
I
oh,
think
yeah.
it is.
End of
Tomorrow.
End of
Tomorrow. That's it. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
something like that, where he rehearses the actions of like all these different things. He's like, okay, step down this hallway, and so because I can essentially scry through all the tunnels, I am like, stop here, and slowly though, as we're getting closer and closer, I'm corpulating more and more as the water is growing and growing until eventually you reach the door.
And I hand you back your armor,
Yes,
just like
and I
so starry-eyed.
Sink
Very
back
cool
into
image.
it.
Yeah.
Sink back into it, open the door, and we see the stockpile of cannonry and weapons and experiments and things such as that. And we have that at our disposal.
So that would be the scene there. Normally what would happen is you would go on to another order right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of see how precariously you can move down quickly, but all of a sudden things can stop and be
Yes.
resolved. So I would guess, given that there are 4 people, that we would likely get to hear very quickly. You don't actually flip it to the complication anymore once you get to danger, because you're just like right on the precipice of doom.
It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like everything's a complication.
Something
at
else
this point.
happens at that point.
Yeah, but so like if you make one more, then it's insta kill. So like to stop it from moving, if somebody fails a check, somebody's got to flip over their doom. And the doom starts piling up.
So
and
we start
accreting.
getting more complicated as characters in this very precarious situation with one less option to help us.
And if all dooms have been flipped over,
then
it's
doomed.
just
yeah,
out.
Then the
you are-
next bad check is buried to the hilt.
That's right.
But
I see.
we have won a game where all of the dooms, but one is flipped over, and we're all, like sure we're gonna die, and it's really down to a single card
I mean,
flip.
yeah, I've been in several games where the last card flip determines success or failure. I also just want to quickly say, because I'm very sad we didn't get to it.
Maybe turn and face the camera.
Yeah. There is an alien epilogue.
This guy.
So at the end, what happens is that whether you succeed or failure, you move away from your characters and into the spaceship where all the aliens have been watching this happen, and your individual alien caseworkers judge your performance on how well you tried to help out Espada and whether you deserve to move into the cosmic consciousness.
Oh my god.
And we often encourage people to wear dealy boppers for this.
Yes.
Yeah, we brought the dealy boppers for just this occasion as well. So yeah, you sort of like narrate like this and be like, well, Nara was trying really hard, like, and you would just like, talk about your character's performance at the end. So
It's like the debrief.
yeah, there's a little alien epilogue at the end. This was so exciting. I'm so sad we didn't get to finish.
Yeah, because I think the thing is, right, that like we have to do 4 more orders.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's way too much. Yeah.
Probably.
It's possible. It would be no more fun without Triffid though.
I can certainly leave and you could resume later.
That's a possibility to resume tonight, but we'd be down Triffid and Adam.
Oh.
But it might be. I mean, I guess we could try to resolve the other ones. We could We could be our NPCs could be your characters.
NPCs.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's possible. That might be a possibility for tonight. We'll see what we feel like.
Right. But I think that probably won't be streamed.
Probably not.
So then, I want to say thank you to the stream for those of you who watched. It was amazing. Thank you to the players. You guys were incredible. It's so rich. I mean, this is just watching all of this creation happen here is delicious.
Thank you for designing this super cool game. You and Claire.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Yep. This is very neat. And I think one of the things that it shows, by the way, chat, is if you get a lot of people that are working together that are committed, like the best part of role play is when everyone's like committed to the bit, right? And then everybody has a lot of fun. This is a game that's likely to do that. So if you have a group of people that you have a good time with anyway, this is a game that will work 100%, super well because of that, because everyone's sort of committed to having fun with each other, even if you don't have experience as actors or as role players per se or whatever. Just the fact that you're connected with other people that you're doing this with, anywhere from 2 up to 5, 6 if you have a game person, but basically 2 to 5. That gives you opportunities for that. So, do you have the box again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, this is the box, which is right here. You can see Negocios Infernales, and it is going to be coming out again August of this summer, the latest, we hope. But it should be out before that. And right now, if you type in !Negocios into chat, you can go over to the Kickstarter, which is long since finished, but that will link you over to the page where you can then buy this, or pre-order it, I guess it would be. And you'll be able to get it. And it's very cool. I can confirm in person, like, cool mat, cool coin, cool cards, and obviously the mechanics are good. So, so thank
Buy
you
your own dealy
for this.
boppers.
Yeah.
Buy your own dilly boppers.
DYODB.
So thank you, folks, both. Adam, thank you for playing with this stuff, and it was so good, Trivia, to have you with us. So thank you.
Great to be here.
And Zach, of course, you already know. You already know.
Yes.
Yeah, but in person, it's so great to play with
Yes.
you, man.
Yeah. It definitely is. So I'm going to be off channel wise now for a couple of days. I may be back on Tuesday doing an impromptu stream with this guy. We'll see. I do have a reading that I'm doing as part of the Brooklyn Books and Booze reading. That's Tuesday the 15th. So if you are in the New York area and would like to attend it, it starts at 7 p.m. I believe. That would be great. I will be reading along with 3 other amazing authors, so I will be there Tuesday night. I don't know if that's going to be streamed, but there may be an impromptu stream on Tuesday. Thursday, I'll be back with more Expeditions Rome, and then more of Eberron Oracle of War the following weekend. So that's what we got going on. Otherwise, remember to follow the channel, go to the YouTube, do the Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, all that kind of stuff. And I will see all of you lovely folk. Bit of a hike from there to Brooklyn. Yeah, might be out of range if you're in Europe right now. I mean, listen, who knows? You know, it's not like you have to go by boat. You could take a plane.
Or across the ancient land bridge.
Or that's true, which we know exists. But otherwise, it's been great having all of these people there, and it's been great having you, chat. And we will see you down the line. So I guess everyone say
Thank
bye-bye.
you.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll keep waving forever. Okay.
Okay.
And-
Bye.